And we are live on the air on this special dedication episode of the Daily Noonerino with an old friend here, Venomnymous. I could never say that.
Close.
But
Pretty close.
Venomnymous. Okay. There we go. See, I forget my accentigues, you know. But yeah, we're here. We're here in celebration and in fond memory of a fallen comrade. Uh, to add to the list of fallen comrades now, since we all kind of took part in the truth community from 2013 onwards. Yeah, it's with a heavy heart. I have to say, like I said just to you earlier, there, Venomnymous. It's like, no, we don't cope easier, do we?
No, it did. It. I can't even believe it's been 2 years. Doesn't make it's just
Yeah, your mic kind of flickered out there at the very end, but yeah, it's weird. It's weird how much time has gone by and how things have ramped up. I mean, the types of things that Jeff would talk about and discuss were uh, almost taboo topics in a sense,
right.
and like the most censored man on the internet is what he called himself. And whether or not that's true, it doesn't really matter. The thing was, he was heavily
It
censored
well,
for the.
it was at one point, but now like everything's ramped up, so everyone's pretty much on Jeff's. I'm sure Jeff would exceed his previous level at this point.
Oh yes, he'd be even more heavily censored. I mean, oh gosh, so much we can talk about. There's so many things that we can actually go into. Especially like the Elon Musk Twitter thing going on. Um, I think that boy bit off a little more than he can chew, but it is nice to see that he's coming across anyway as transparent as one could expect, given the massive amount that he's trying to correct. And I have a funny suspicion that like he's not like us, where we're completely aware of these things and we in a sense kind of live to analyze and diagnose our reality. But I think he bit off more than he can chew. And I think once he got into it, like he's like, holy Jesus. Like
Yeah.
oh, what do I do with that? You know what I mean? Like the guy was afraid for his life at a point there, and it's why he probably still should be. I mean, he's really he is exposing uh the I guess you could say the control mechanisms that were seeding itself in big tech. And that was a big problem all the way from 2016, which was something that we were all kind of on about back then. And do you remember? Oh, of course you do, but like the people listening, you might remember back in the day that Jeff and we used to do the Walking Dead reviews. And it was interesting because it was like the predictive programming aspect of it, but there's also a metaphorical aspect of it where like the Walking Dead represent like, the sheeple and this and that. And you know, jokes aside about how I regarded the actual Walking Dead universe after season 5 or 4, or, I don't know, there's too many damn seasons, but it was interesting though how it's played out since then. In the metaphorical sense, it's almost exactly like that. It's almost like the invasion of the body snatchers has like become a reality, which I think in a sense is It's yeah, it's kind of like the footing of what The Walking Dead is kind of based on. Like if you strip away all of the plot points and everything else, and just look at it for what it is as a metaphor, it's very similar. It's very similar. Like, um, I think like it's like They Live, right? I think the original concept for They Live were it to be actually zombies.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, look at Ghosts of Mars. I mean, John Carpenter had a fascination for zombie culture early on. Even The Fog. Like, there's a lot of things that he wrote out into movie format. Actually, sorry, The Fog wasn't sorry, it wasn't John Carpenter. That was Stephen King that wrote that. Um, so that's completely a misnomer. What the hell was it? What other Stephen King? Oh, sorry, I'm thinking of Christine, my bad. But Christine, like a zombie car, like a car with its, like an inanimate, it's basically like being reanimated or animated for the first time, if you would, in that particular case. But yeah, no, but Ghost of Mars was his zombie flick. Sorry, go ahead. I'm cutting you off, or you're clipping out, one or the other.
Sure. Yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of zombie programming out there. Just the science is catching up to that for sure.
Absolutely. Um, do you do you have like an alternate mic? Like, are you on a phone or on a computer?
Gonna disconnect my earphones and just broadcast to the.
There you go. Try that and see if the other mic picks you
How's
up.
that sound? Better?
Yeah, it actually does.
We can rock and roll now.
There we go. Now it's just your internet connection.
Yes.
And Ontario is getting
Spinning satellite.
slammed hard. Like Hamilton's getting, or
Who
sorry,
is?
Hamilton. Like, well, Ontario in general is getting slammed hard by snow right now. Apparently, they got like wind and ice storms. It's that time of year.
Well, they're calling it the bomb cyclone, naming all these weather events.
Yeah, didn't they call it
Remember the heat dome?
Snowmageddon? Yeah, yeah.
I
The
believe
heat dome.
so.
Oh, the heat.
Yes.
Yeah, Snowmageddon was the name that they gave it. What that was, I think, 3 years ago, something like that. Yeah, no, it was a pretty well, Hamilton is my hometown, so like the people that I know there, they always report back to me with their uh grievances of the weather, and it's never good this time of year. It usually ends up being kind of revolting. Um One thing I do have to do is I'm going to I got to send the invite link to myself so I can pull it off my phone, and then I can text that over to Press Reset. We'll see if we can get that boy to join us.
Right on. Right on. The more the
Yeah.
merrier. So,
Let's see
and
here.
shout out to all the people in the chat. I see a bunch of Nation HQ, Agreeable Pisces, Speak Truth with Love, Wake. So yeah, glad to see you guys here.
Yeah, thanks for coming out. I will get engaged with the chat, guys. Just give me a second to pull that up. Got 3 monitors and still no clue. So, but I digress. Good to see you guys, and thanks for coming and hanging out with us today. And Innovation HQ asks, "Are Press or Lay going to be on the show?" I'm gonna send them. I'm gonna send them links right now, and let's see if we can get them to join us. I did speak to Press. He did say that he was he was eager to come on, but he had a busy schedule. So we'll just see if we can catch him at the right time. So let's just let's get the telephone device texting out.
Comes on for a couple minutes. It's no big deal.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, anybody who wants to come on for a few minutes, I think that'd be cool.
Yeah. In fact, after we do our kind of cold open here and kind of recombobulate ourselves, yeah, I'll post the link so you guys can join us. Now I can only have 6 on at a time because I'm a cheap bastard and I don't have a paid account on Restream. I figured I'd use this platform just to keep it simple and straightforward so that it would be easy for people to join and what have you. It would be far more elaborate if it were the Truth Hurts podcast, but we're not there yet. There's a long backstory involved with
No
that.
worries. Well, no worries about being a cheap ass. You're on a phone, so
Yeah. I'll paste that.
shitty satellite internet.
Yeah.
Way too much for it, by the way.
Yeah. It's not Starlink, is it?
No, it's what the hell's it called? I'm totally blanking on the name.
Uh-oh.
It doesn't. It's shitty.
Yeah, so I asked myself and watching current events in nation. Oh, sorry, I'm just mumbling to myself. Speak truth with love says I still ask myself when watching current events in nation captivating crimes, what would Jeff think? Would he think this is crazy? Or that would he think this is fake? Sorry, I said crazy. Yeah. Oh man, he'd be rolling over double backwards in his coffin right now. Like, assuming that he's buried. Sorry. But yeah. Oh God. Could you imagine the videos he'd be producing right now?
I know. It'd be insane. Just non. Man, the man was already getting. I can't imagine how it would be now for him.
Yeah. Yeah. It's oof. Well, I mean, he's out there in the ether now, so he probably knows more than we do. If I'm being honest. um it's yeah, now we're left here to fend for ourselves and try to make the right choices, try to deliver information however discreetly and responsibly, because I mean, oh crap, a lot of Karens and Darrens out there. Wake now. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, Jeff C would need a new desk if he saw what the world has become. Fucking right. Yeah. IKEA would have no no replacements for him. He'd be through that in a heartbeat. Yeah. Miss Kitty, glad to be here. Been thinking about Jeff a lot and wondering what he would talk about these days. Oh man, there'd be no shortage. Thank you, Cerebral Pisces. There is no honor among thieves. Thanks, Debbie. Let's see. Social comments display here. Click on them to showcase on stream. Show that. Does it come up? Oh, look at that. That's neat. Anyway. So, all right. That's how this works. I'm new. I haven't done this ever. Anyway. You remember the good old days of Google Hangouts before it turned into fucking rat shit?
That was fun times for sure.
Yeah, we anyone know why TMR doesn't post anymore? Oh, Truth Media Revolution. Yeah. I have no idea. You got that one?
I'm not, I don't want to talk shit about it. This is about Jeff C's, so we should just move
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah. We don't want to cast shade at anyone else either. I mean, it's no secret
No,
that
this isn't about.
one of yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's no secret though that like one of my highest rated podcasts literally was with Red Pill and Jeff C when they had their standoff, and it's uh it's interesting to go back and review that. It's very interesting to go back and review that because uh, in no way were they like actually hating on each other. They were just supporting different frames of analysis, different frames of view, if you would. And it was it was a bit depressing to see that friendship dissolve. And I honestly think that they both had love for each other, and I think that quite frankly, it was just kind of the exterior forces at work here, you know.
This
Oh,
truth
talking
community is, it really can drive a wedge between people here because of our own perspective.
right, right. I think you're still kind of cutting out, but that could just be your internet. I'm not certain, but yeah, no, I think you're right. I think you're right there. Jube Gold says he memorialized Jeff in his last video. RPR did. Oh, well, that's great. I have to watch that. Maybe you guys should send me a link. Maybe we'll play that here tonight. Debbie says was talking about lying Elon Musk. Yeah. I don't think that he's lying. I think he's discovering things in real time. He's not part of the truth community, so he's not taking things from the same vantage point as we do, and he's kind of learning as he goes. At least he's being transparent. Like I think he bit off more than he could chew, to be honest. Like I think he literally bit off a little bit more than he can chew. Um, and the sudden realization that like, I mean, he's probably in the crosshairs, and I mean for his life. So I mean that that will put the fear of God into you quite quite simply. Like it's just, you know what I mean? Which is no wonder why he's now stepping down and looking for somebody else to take over. I mean, I could just imagine the Pandora's box that got opened when they got all the files and logs from the Twitter servers when they finally actually had access to it and authorization to access it. Why do you think so many people quit? They quit because they were complicit in a severe mass psyop against not just the American people, but the people of the world. So, you know, you got to look at it from different vantage points. So his Tesla car did orbit the moon?
Yeah.
No. No, they didn't. No, he launched the Tesla car at Mars. It's on its way. It's probably either smashed into Mars by now or it's got caught in its gravitational well. So it's probably just orbiting Mars. He didn't send it at the moon. No. So, and that's also not even a point of conjecture because it doesn't really like that really has nothing to do with a man's intention of doing stuff. You know, if I want to, this is directed at Deb B. If you ever seen the movie called Heavy Metal, it's an animated movie that came out of the 80s. There's a scene in the opening where an astronaut lands on Earth in a car from orbit in an astronaut suit. I'm not even shitting you. It's my
I've
suspicion that
watched
it was
those.
Yeah, it's a great movie. I highly recommend it. It's very entertaining. Actually, I think it was the comedy team from SCTV that did all the voices. Like, there's John Candy in there, and that whole SCTV crew. It's fucking great. And I have a high suspicion because, as we know, Elon is Canadian. He would have had access to this as a child, being similar age to me. I think that was the imagery that he was shooting for, and launched a fucking astronaut in space in a spacesuit. And boom, bada bing. You know, you have to admit, he's a good troll. Like, when it comes to trolling, like, he does it pretty well.
Yeah.
But
I don't know.
I mean,
I don't trust any billion.
well, I don't either, but it looks like even if he's in a state of discovery, it's still good to have somebody on your side, even if it's not 100%. I'd take 30% over fucking 70% against me any day, you know? So, like, we have to start picking our fights, guys. And this is actually something that we really have to consider, because it's better to have somebody on your side that can actually help, rather than just keep the status quo. And the fact that he's shaking things up, listen, other leaders will come and they will go. I'm not saying he's a leader, but I'm saying that he is stirring the pot in terms of some kind of an advance that hopefully empowers other people to also do the same kind of thing. I mean, you know,
I agree with A. It would be really cool to see Jeff C break down the Uvalde shooting. There's crazy amounts of symbolism.
yep, I agree 100%. Yeah, I agree 100%. And then there's also the Polytechnique shooting here in Canada that just
You
happened
know what?
recently. And
Sorry, not to interrupt, but it's gun the gun ban stuff is coming around the same time as the Polytech picked a better time, and it's the 33rd year anniversary.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So for those who don't know, here in Canada, um, they had an anti-gun bill that removed pistols from the market completely here in Canada. Completely remove pistols. And then a follow-up to that, which is Bill C-21, removed basically all assault style rifles, not including the SKS, by the way. The SKS is not on that fucking list, and I'll tell you why in a few minutes. But this is interesting because they just decided to last minute tack on an amendment which also included 1,500 other weapons called, like, the Duckmaster Pro, the Skeet Shoot. Like, they literally taking down tools, literally removing tools from, law-abiding Canadians who, by the way, use these tools to obtain food, to get rid of varmints, uh, get rid of you know what do you call it? Feral species that are overpopulated. Like, come on, like these weapons that they're trying to
Yeah,
remove are
go
just
ahead.
like, yeah, no, these weapons are just insane.
Well, there's a very obvious reason why they're doing this, and that is to because there'll be food riots in the next year or so, right? Because of the systematic destruction of our food, and they're gonna need quell the riots, right? So they can't
Yeah.
have people armed and defending themselves.
Well, I also think that because of the way things are going to be going, there's also a factor where the food sources, the farms, the people that do it, their properties might get seized. I don't think that they want those people to be armed when they try to seize them. It
That
like
too, exactly.
you have to look at this like there is going to be a food shortage. And well, there already is a food shortage. It's not like there's going to be. It's already
There's
happened. I mean,
gonna
how
be a food
many?
out,
Yes, yes,
like
yes. And
completely out. Not sure.
yeah, not short, completely out. Like what is it? 180 some odd food processing plants in just the last year alone. In the last 2 years, it's like we're in triple digits territory. Like 200 some odd food processing plants have been destroyed. You know, a plane fucking flew into a grain silo, like in Ohio or something, or Oklahoma. I can't remember where it was now, but
There
this
was a
happened like over a year ago.
couple airplane ones.
Yeah, it's like, oh, that happens every day. It's
Just that and the
ridiculous.
combination of these weather events, of course, it's all natural. It's climate change.
Yeah. Yeah, it's climate change, all right. The climate's changing. It's always changing. Hey, Uncool Paranoia, how you doing, girl? Welcome back. Yeah, no, man.
Hey,
It's
I'm cool. Hey,
Rumford. Thank you all for joining us, guys. Really do appreciate it. And hey, by the way, thanks for picking up my stats because I could use the interaction. My channel is sucking large, but I do appreciate it, guys. I really do. Um, I I don't like to capitalize off of Jeff C's name in order to, you know, propagate my channel. And it's like pulling
I
teeth to make me do
couldn't
this
think
show.
of a better person than your Jeff C. Host the Jeff C. Memorial Show because you go big with him, so it's perfect.
Yeah. Thanks, man. No, man. Me and him, we had a lot of fun doing a lot of different types of shows, and we tried experimental stuff, like I said, with the Walking Dead shows and what have you. And he went on to do video games. I ended up doing video games eventually too, and yeah. Well, it's kind of interesting, that the dynamic that we lived in back in 2014, 2015, 2016, was one where the the heavily politicized sheeple, I guess if you would be like completely down on us for conspiracy theories, right? And like I can see how that was the thing. And then you throw in the whole COINTELPRO thing, and you throw in the internal conflicts that we had with the community. And then you take it a step further and look back on it now. And it's like we had every fucking we had everything right. We had it locked in. We knew what was going on. We weren't even wrong about it. Like it's insane. It's
It's
absolutely insane.
ridiculous, and are people going to listen to us now? No. We can keep being right. Actually listens to us and stops this shit. It's not going to really matter.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's no, it's diabolical what they've created. Like uh as a platform for negativity. I mean, just for our Canadian viewers, you might remember that truth, the trucker convoy and how all of that came down. Like what's her name? Tamara Litch. Yeah, like how long did she do dead time? How long was she in jail, silenced? Months?
Yeah, at least.
Like I think she was only recently released. Like,
It's
I'm like,
interesting how these countries now, like in the U.S., it started with the January had his convoy. In Germany, they just recently had 25 people Congress or whatever. I'm just wondering which countries
mhm.
are going to go next because it seems to be a trend, which makes it more
Well,
suspicious to me.
well, here's what we're starting to see, and like, with the shakedown that's taking place right now in Europe and the EU, nation as a sorry, the EU, what do you call that? Gang association. What's the term I'm looking for? Affiliation. That whole EU structure is now under fire and being dependent upon NATO. And that's only because NATO has bolstered itself since like 2013 and been pushing into these groups. It's interesting how when Brexit happened, that it happened the way that it did. And that was because Britain was just like, yeah, fuck this. Like, we're not going to be part of your downfall. They saw what was, they either they knew or they saw ahead of time what was going to take place with Ukraine and everything else. With like, I'm telling you, that was a strategic decision, in my opinion. And the people that were for breakfast Brexit, I'm for breakfast right now. But the people that were for Brexit, right, um were the old timers that knew that, how many years earlier, when Britain was being brought into the EU, they didn't want in. In fact, they had a referendum. They had a referendum to determine whether or not the people were into it, and they weren't. They didn't give a fuck. It was just a referendum. It wasn't a vote on actually whether or not we'll do it. They still did it, and they got into the EU. But the playground or the battlefield, however you want to view it, was a completely different place back then. Yeah. Oh, Miss Kitty says Tamara went to jail twice. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's right. She got put in, released, and then they went and grabbed her again. Right. Are you on 5G, Venomnymous?
No, I can't get 5G out here. Towers like that. I'm gonna
I think
uh,
5G.
I'm gonna for a minute and see if I can like put myself in a better location of the house and see how the
Okay.
back.
Sounds good. I think 5G is a psyop. I have the worst connectivity ever. Well, if the psyop is to piss you off, then yeah, I guess that's working. Yeah, I want to wish you all a non-sectoral holiday festive cheer time day in all of your cheery ways. So Venomous is just bounced out, but we'll catch him back in. Now I've sent off links to press as well as to our other good buddy Gematria database. We'll see if see if they join. Should probably text. I'll text Gematria. Yeah, it is an interesting time because, ooh, wow. I mean, we've already covered like 4 or 5 areas of topicality, and yet there's still so much more that's happening, like in an insidious way. Like, it is so beyond where we were, let's say even 5 years ago. Like, literally, it's been absolutely crazy. Hang on a second here. I still call them fear porn propaganda. Excuse me. Chat. Oh, there's that. Venomnymous is back with us.
Hey, is this
Hey.
better?
Oh shit! You sound like $1,000,000.
Nice.
Way better. How you like that, folks? You just had to move to the other 5G tower.
You just guys had to complain more. That's what got me to actually get off my ass and move somewhere else.
Just complain more. It works for most of the public, I guess. Gonna tell. I'm just gonna tell fear porn propaganda to. Oh, did I call him fear porn propaganda? Sorry, Gematria Database or Steve or whatever his name is. Check your Discord. Yeah, right on, right on. Good. We're getting reports in that you sound a shit ton better there, Venomnymous.
Nice.
Sweet.
Merry Tibbs Eve, everybody.
Marry that.
I don't know if you guys know what Tibbs Eve is.
No, it sounds awesome though.
It's I guess it's a Newfie thing where they, on the 23rd, the Christmas Eve, they do a little celebration, drink and all that. I don't drink, but that's what they do.
Can't argue with that. That sounds pretty damn cool. I remember the first time skiing. I hadn't skied in my entire life, and then I spent 13 days at a ski like place, and I skied every day for those 13 days. So like I was just learning how to snowplow like on day 1. And by day 13, I was doing like black horses. I was going down. I was doing like full like cliff fucking jumping, like with skis on.
Yeah, I know French fries and pizza. That's what I know for
Yeah.
the skiing moves.
But at the bottom of the slopes, this is in Europe, but they have these little huts, and they got mulled wine and basically kind of like I don't know, it's like Bulgarian moonshine. But it's mulled with spices and stuff. So like, yeah, it's great. You kind of drink that, you warm up, you get loaded, and you just keep doing it. Every time you come down, you have another one. So by the end of the afternoon, you're just completely wrecked. But you don't realize it. You don't realize it because you're still so fucking cold. You know what I mean? Your body is like shut down. Your posterior, like you know, what do you
Yeah.
call it? Your extremities, including the brain, and then that brain gets shut down, and yeah, hoorah. But yeah, that's wasted cerebral. Double black crazy skier here, laughing my ass off. I go off cliffs, want to jump from a helicopter next. Hey, I did that in the military. Well, actually, it was a mock helicopter strut, 60 feet up in the air. But when you're jumping out of it, doesn't matter. It's the same thing. Gravity.
Yep. It'll get you every time.
Yep. How's everybody doing? Thank you in the chat, by the way. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for being a part of this. It's very nice to see some lively activity up in here.
Yeah, it's a bunch of awesome people I like, so it's cool.
Yeah. We like awesome people. And we got no moderators, so no one's actually stirring shit up, which is wonderful.
It's because it's all good people.
Yeah. That's awesome. Thanks, you guys. I think at the end of the day, we're all here for the same thing. And one of the biggest hits to the truth community back in 2015, 2016, if I'm being honest, was the fact that we lost trust in each other. And there's a lot of suspicion, there was a lot of name calling, there's a lot of back and forths, for probably several different reasons, if I'm being fair. And I'm not excusing my actions that I took back then, because I know I made some bad decisions and I know that I pissed off people. But at the same time, I think we were all in a way making bad decisions together. So we were kind of unified in a state of clusterfuck. Fuck. I don't know if that makes any sense, but whatever. I think I'm apologizing for being a dick. Still there? He's showing like 0 out of 10 network connections. So his 5G tower has gone down. So we'll just have to give him a few minutes to get back in. He's still technically connected, so there is that. But yeah, man. Now, like, I don't think any of us, like, in the YouTube community were like professional broadcasters. Like, let's be fair. You know, we didn't have all the tools. We didn't have all of the training. We didn't have all of the knowledge. We didn't have all of the marketability. We didn't have all of that stuff. But it was our honest reactions that, you know, that were being preyed upon by certain forces, if you would. Now, while we wait for Venomnymous, oh, he's got a network connection back up. Hopefully, he's back with us.
Hey, y'all. Had an
Hey
internet
there.
issue or something.
There
Lost
he is.
signal.
Yeah. I was just telling the people that your signal dropped from like 4 green bars down to like 0 and in the red, and 0 out of 10 connectivity. So it's like,
Yeah, that's my life now.
yeah,
In rural Newfoundland. That's how I live.
yeah. It's like, I completely understand, because like where I am, I'm in Caslow, British Columbia, and it's a population of 1,000. So do the math. There's not a whole lot of people, not a whole lot of infrastructure. The 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 downtown, which is down Village core, it literally looks like a Western movie. Like,
Nice.
yeah, it looks like old school Western town. Like, I swear to gosh, it's like, yeah, it's pretty wild. Caslow, it sounds French. Yeah, Faith, it does sound French. There are some French people here, but thanks, Rumford. Says the spotty connection is worth it. Yeah, I agree.
Where I live, it's like a small community, and there's like about 200 people.
Wow.
I live out literally in the woods, so
Yeah. Well,
hiding.
when I what was it? October? No, September. I moved out of Kelowna, and I moved all of my important stuff, all my computer gear, my camera gear, all of my other bits and pieces. I moved it here to Caslow, and I had, 3 days at a buddy's place, and then I moved into the woods. I literally built a shelter. I lived 74 days in the woods, um, with my dog, and it was pretty awesome till it started to snow. Yeah, it got a little bit less awesome, and then I put the feelers out to the community here and said, "Hey, listen, it's getting pretty fucking cold. let's let's move it inside."
Right,
Anyway,
right. Yeah.
and then yeah, I met some great people, and then I found a place, and now I'm upstairs in a house with heat, and
Well, that's good. Gotta have that.
yeah, yeah, and an internet connection. I'm not running to the telephone pole like up at the side of the property in the forest there to charge up my phones. Good thing I found that thing. That saved a life.
Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got some prepper talk happening here in the chat. It's
Nice.
like Faith Ferris says, "Are you prepped, Cerebral?" I think Uncool is. I am for the most part.
Yeah. I got lots
Faith
of wood for winter.
and Cerebral Pisces says back to Faith, "I am as prepared as can be, still always adding things, but I will be more comfortable than those who didn't prep. I stayed on my neighbors too, made sure they were prepping too."
Smart.
Yeah. And well, part of my logic in doing what I did when I moved out here was to literally put all of those YouTube videos to the test and test out this bushcrafting stuff. You know,
Yeah.
why not?
Why
What's the
not?
worst?
While you
What's the
have
worst?
time to practice, it's good.
Exactly. Exactly. Like you got to practice these things. Like being prepared doesn't mean shit unless you're actually prepared. Like, and that means the physical activities and everything else that go along with it. Whether that's killing a zombie or, fucking being a pain in the ass. But I digress.
Hey, I got pretty good at starting fires and cutting wood and all that, so I'm learning skills.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like just the simple act of starting a fire is an important deal. Now, to like metropolitan people that don't get out and practice these things, I'm sure it sounds simple to light a match, get a Bic lighter, light a fire, not taking into consideration things like moisture, dampness, finding tinder. Like there's a rude awakening for a lot of people because when things get fucking tough,
Yeah.
you're in for you know, you're in for a bad time, and you have to be mentally prepared for that. And having a plan, having practice, having knowledge of things like what wood burns better, things like this are so outside of the normal frame of thought that people would have like in the city because well it's not required, it's not a required skill. But yeah, see, lighting a fire sounds easy until you realize 99% of wood is wet. That's exactly right.
Right. If you get that fire hot enough, you can do it. But
Oh, you
otherwise, get that wood dry because it fucking takes
yeah.
forever to dry.
Oh, you get the fire hot enough, you could burn a dead hooker an hour. Like, 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 yeah, as moist as it gets. But, you know,
Gross.
whoa, what did I do there? Anyway, yeah, no, seriously, like, getting it started though. You know what? If you're toiling, like, and your hands are numb and cold and wet, and then you're toiling with trying to get a thing started, you probably don't have any matches because unless you have like hurricane matches or something. That's great, but yeah, you probably won't. And anything else you have, it's probably not going to work in that environment. It's and then it gets depressing. Like on top of that, right? Like
Yeah.
you're starting to kick yourself for not being good enough. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do that. Oh my God, I just bit off more than I could chew. I only came out for a 3-day camping trip, you know. But no, preparedness is a very important thing to do. Like I have at least 3 months worth of non-perishable, food items like beans, lentils, rice. I got probably 30 kilograms of rice at least. Uh, you know, various forms of pastas. But also like things like seeds, because you're gonna want to plant seeds. Like you gotta think about in terms of self-reliance, it becomes more than your immediate needs. You gotta kind of think ahead.
Yep, and the cost of these things to buy them is just gonna keep going up, so whatever you get today is gonna be cheaper than the next day.
Yeah, yeah. And somebody mentioned up here, my neighbors have young kids. I made sure during the scandemic that I kept everyone together. I did free concerts and more for them. That's great. And I actually have to I want to say something about the children right now. This is aimed at everybody. Like if anyone has suffered like more, it's the children during the scandemic. Um like especially the younger children that are like under a year, or 2 years, like the whole face masks thing stripped away the interaction and relevance of facial emotion and expression. Like literally we just created an entire generation of fucking sociopaths unless we address it now, because those kids are just going to get older and more fucked up, and we're already starting to see that play out.
Well, one
um
of the nicknames for this generation that's coming up is called Generation Glass. So, I mean, glass shatters, right?
mm, it's interesting. Yeah, that's a
Also known
very
as Gen Alpha.
not Gen Beta.
That's next. Serious. They're gonna go all through there's gonna be alpha, beta, delta, gamma, and I assume epsilon, and that will be the slave race.
Well, if it's good enough for the Enterprise, it's good enough for me. There's always more letters in the alphabet, number one.
I know
Was it?
before Jeff C passed, one of his goals was to move out to his own farm.
Yeah,
I wonder if he had still been alive, had all the craziness would have I wonder if it would have pushed him to get out there or not, you know, pack up and get out of the Montreal.
yeah. Well, he loved Montreal too, though. Like he really did. That it was a city that he really, really loved. Um, but he did have other stomping grounds. Like he had been out to Kelowna, he'd been out to BC before in the past, and I think Victoria Island as well. Um, no, he always was prospecting and trying to get a thing going. And out here where I am in Caslow, gonna try and do something like that. Get a self-reliant kind of farm thing going, get some chickens. Like, you start small and you just kind of build it up, and you do it from a community approach.
Yeah,
And you get people involved. You start sharing eggs with everybody. Next thing you know, you start getting this community involvement. You get a community, like garden or you know farm kind of set up. I mean, it's a lot easier to do when you're not in the city, for one. So the people that are in metropolitan areas, I apologize. I'm not trying to talk down to you at all. Um, but yeah, there's nothing like being self-reliant. And if I could say one thing and make one suggestion, if you're in the city, um, don't rush out of there now, but rush the fuck out of there now. Like, get get yourself an escape vector. Get something set up somewhere where you can go, and like share that with your family, and make sure you have some kind of a plan. Like, the worst thing is if you ever have to execute the plan. And if you don't, then brilliant. But not having a plan is when you start to lose everything. And that's the God's truth. Yes, Debbie. I said eggs. Huevos. Which is funny because huevos also means testicles, but whatever. It's funny how eggs and testicles are the same thing in
No.
Spanish.
Come on, internet.
We still hear you. You want to say a couple things? I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes. Oh, we got Gematria Database just joined us. Hello, Gematria Database. You? Oh, we just lost both of them. All right, I'll be right back. Give us 2 minutes. Oh, got you back.
Hello?
I'll be right back.
Okay. So, how's everybody doing? Are you having a good time this Christmas? Do you celebrate Christmas? It's good. I'm really glad you guys came out. I know it's kind of short notice, but yeah.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, guys.
Right on.
Yeah. Gematria Database just came in, and there he was, gone. That's one of my favorite sayings ever. And there it was, gone. Like our future. Fuck.
All right. Shit is hitting the fan very slowly in droplets.
Oh yeah. You know, before Jeff C passed away, we had a conversation where it was like, oh yeah, now it begins. And it really only like this new play that's happening really started in 2020. Like it was a build up, like a continuation of the factors that we already covered back in 2015 regarding the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And we foresaw all of this.
Right.
Literally, we completely foresaw all of this, and we predicted these developments. Like, there we go. I think Gematria Database is back. Oh, do we got him?
Hello?
Speak.
Hello.
I don't know why I'm not seeing anything. Hello?
Hello.
Oh my.
Hey.
We hear you.
I don't know, and my camera's not working for some reason.
But you can hear us, right?
I can hear you.
All
Can
right.
you see my camera? Is it one of those situations where you can see me?
Yeah, we saw your camera. Like the black screen, like it's like you have it covered. And then well, Venomnymous isn't showing us his face either, so you can just show us your GD. You came
Yeah.
up as Gematria Database you before, so I guess you changed that. You
Yeah,
edited
I was like, oops, accident.
it. Awesome.
Well, I don't need the light on then. Hey, what's up?
How
Good to see you guys.
you too, man? How you been, buddy?
Pretty good. I'm back in California just for a couple more days till after Christmas.
Right. Shit. I wonder what Vegas is like now.
Pretty much the same. It's cold right now.
Well, it's pretty much cold everywhere.
Not here, man.
Yeah, so it's super cold there when it gets cold. It's still like in the day sometimes still bright out and stuff, just not really hot.
Right.
And then yeah, although being over here in California is like nice, pretty nice. It's a little cold, but since I'm used to the cold over there, it's like less cold here.
I think the coldest it's been in a while now is like -3
Yeah, right.
Celsius, of course.
Yeah, of course, and they're all blaming, fucking, what do you call that? Climate change bullshit.
Oh yeah, climate change. They called it
Yeah.
global warming. Remember, like 3 years ago, it was still global warming, and now
At
it's
one time
climate
they called it
change.
global cooling.
It's a true story. That's a true
They can't
story.
they can't make up their mind whether it's too hot or too cold.
Well,
It's just
they
the
just keep
extreme of either.
rebranding it.
Yeah.
Oh, they keep changing the goalposts, right? It's like, oh fuck, they can't get it right. So it's like, okay, it's just climate change. It's changing. It's changing from
They've
this to that.
they've worked in climate chaos a few times too.
Climate
Oh,
chaos.
yeah, for sure.
Sounds like my ex-girlfriend.
And now there's cyclone bombs.
Yeah, I was just saying that earlier.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Cyclone bombs.
About it on the news, and I was just like, the way that they were talking about it was like, okay, sure, the thing now.
And I wonder if they're using words like that because of the war narrative that's coming. Like just kind of like keeping in people's minds bombs dropping.
Snow and awe.
Right, yeah, definitely. Words have power.
Words do have power. Thanks for joining us, Gematria. How you doing, man? Like, what's been going on with the power of numbers?
I haven't been really in the know there lately, so I'm like in the same mood as you. I'm really at this point.
Uncle Paranoia, by the way, says hi GD, and she says global warming, global cooling until those were clearly debunked. So they called it climate change. CC equals 33.
Arctic spraying.
Arctic spraying?
Yeah, that's what Uncool was saying.
Yeah.
Recently called the cold snap Arctic spraying.
What is it like? The fucking weather's a fucking cat? The fucking, I'm gonna spray my snow all over you. Yeah. Cold cat. That's a cool ass cat. Active research says RIP Jeff would have many broken desks at this point. Oh yeah.
Jeff would be a sawmill at this point.
Oh fuck. Like you'd have to make a desk out of like a redwood or something. Like it would literally have to be like 4 feet thick. Okay. Yeah, man. Oh, it's interesting. It's interesting when you kind of put together how quiet we've been now. Like, I mean, in a weird way, I kind of feel like we've been kind of sitting back and watching things play out now. I mean, it's fucking dangerous to get involved. Like, you don't want to throw your, somebody said to me once upon a time in construction, doing carpentry and stuff, and said, don't put your fingers where you wouldn't put your dick. And it's like, yeah, that makes sense. And if you take that, expand that concept to what's happening now, it's like, I can't blame anybody for not wanting to get involved because it's fucking dangerous now. It's fucking dangerous. I mean,
it's a weird time because then there's so many people so-called waking up So it's like just everywhere you go is just filled with conspiracy stuff now. So it's almost like too much.
Yeah, and it's ironic because the conspiracies, a lot of them are actually true.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like a lot of them are true, or at least we find out that they were true. 5 years later or some bullshit.
Yeah, it's also very frustrating. It's like all these topics that are coming up is stuff that I've covered 5 years ago. And it's like, well, hello.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, look at like the whole human trafficking thing. Welcome back there, GD.
Oh, did I go away?
Oh, did you mute yourself and go on a fucking speech again?
I think so, dude. Where was I? I was like answering and talking to you guys, and you were like, and it seemed like you were answering back. That's hilarious. So I was just muted the whole time.
Oh, yeah, no, we didn't hear a thing you said there for a little while.
That's great.
Nice.
It'll be your
Nicely
little
done.
secret. It'll be your little secret.
Yeah, I have no idea what I said now, so it doesn't really matter.
He was just talking shit about us.
Yeah.
You know it.
Man, it's good.
Well, mainly I was like on the same boat. Like we're talking about how you guys were saying that this whole thing conspiracy is like everywhere, and it's not being used correctly. It's kind of like haphazardly being used against the political game, which is here nor there. And like we all are kind of in the same boat of going along with like neither wings of the bird. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's a whole and like if you want to go in like to my political game, I'm like bipartisan anyway, so it don't even really have a what's that called, like dog in this pony or horse in this race.
I don't
Dog
have
in
a
this
dog
pony.
in
I
this
like
pony.
it.
I like that. We're gonna go with that. I like that.
Yeah, it's one of my weird, like when I mix up things. I say that shit all the time. I'll like mix up weird like past like things that people have said, and they'll be like, "Wait, you didn't say that right."
That's like a Rickyism.
Like, what is it? Yeah, it's very
totally.
Rick. Yes.
If you
I
don't
have
know what
that
a Ricky
ability.
if you don't know what a Rickyism is, just go watch Trailer Park Boys and then come back.
And then you'll know.
Yeah. I'm not a rocket surgeon.
Yeah, so anyway, yeah, I've been out of the loop lately. Being in Vegas, it's like you just live in a bubble. It's like nobody tells you anything. You don't like you just kind of go on your own, whatever the fuck. And then if you're not looking at whatever, like the mainstream shit that's happening, you just don't even know.
Yeah. What happens outside of Vegas happens outside of Vegas.
Pretty much, yeah. It's like it's the same way around inside as it is outside. So I mean, there's some crazy shit that's going on in Vegas that I'm not even aware of because people don't tell me until after the fact. I'm like, I come back to California. Did you know about this? And I'm like, no, actually, I didn't. There was a shooting there, but I mean, there's shootings there all the time. There was one that was actually reported, which was interesting because there's so many that happen all the time.
There were 5 shootings in Hamilton in my hometown just last week alone. Like it's weird.
Which ones were reported?
It gets reported on like the local, like the local narrative,
right.
like local website, or like for.
Oh, and then like did you hear the whole thing with anniversary of the SH like situation, like and then like, oh, gun control again coming back. It was like the way that they were trying to pull at the people's heartstrings. It was just sick.
Well, they're doing that here again too. Like
on the 14th, they were doing it on the 14th. So I was like, oh my god, it's horrible.
It's a recipe that works.
It is, and it does because people just fall for it like left and right. And then you become
Yeah.
like a deviant if you're not in their game, kind of thing.
Well, let's be fair. We are deviants, but it's just a deviant of a different kind.
Yeah, true.
Black
But
sheep.
yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, that sounds racist.
At least we could all be black sheep together.
Got black sheep privilege. Too soon?
Black sheep
th-
lives matter.
there's been a lot more activity on the moon lately. I've been noticing, like from people like putting it out, and I'm talking about like UFOs and like things left behind and like shit that's on the surface. And lately they've been going to the other side for some reason.
Well, they had the Artemis, the Artemis expedition was basically a drone controlled test flight, I guess you could say, for the upcoming Artemis launching, where they're going to take one of Elon Musk's starships. They're going to land people on the moon with that, and they're going to fly around basically, I guess, like an ascension module. Is that the proper term? An ascension module? An orbital
Right, but
module.
it'll probably be only the touristy areas. You know what I mean? They don't. You
Oh,
probably can't go beyond those.
But the flyboys at NASA decided they were going to broadcast live a lot of the stuff from that module that they shot around the moon, and it's already back. It's already come back and landed. But while it was out, it was shooting some live streams. A couple of those live streams did get fucking shut down. What the fuck? Secure Team 10 actually covered that, and that's rather interesting. I'd highly recommend checking that out.
Yeah,
'Cause
it's mainly where I focus on, and I go to the places where
Mhm.
he like links. So I check out the originals, and I noticed that the ones that are like looking at the moon with a telescope that's like high powered, and they kind of like move it because of how because the Earth's moving at the same time, and
Mhm.
and they've captured like things flying like right by that's really close, and then others that are outside, like maybe in the atmosphere area of it. I mean, there's no atmosphere, but like where the atmosphere would be, and there's like in the same footage, which is from a telescope camera. It's like pretty interesting to see, and the speed of these like devices, whatever they are, moving real fast across the landscape and above the landscape where you can actually see the shadow.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you and I, we've been
So
following
it's
this
no
kind.
debris. So it's no debris, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. No,
And
that
I
makes
don't
sense.
think that the guy could actually capture debris with that telescope, anyways.
Yeah. Well, there's certain aspects of some of those anomalies that we've seen that have like flight characteristic like trajectories, like they look like they're being controlled, like because they're evading elevational obstacles like mountains and canyons, things like that. We've seen this before in the past. So who knows who or what they are, but yeah, definitely there's something coming, like in terms of like what do you call it, like there's going to be a reveal. The veil's going to be
At
lifted.
some point, yeah.
I don't know if it's going to be what people are expecting. It could be a fake. Like,
There you
see,
go. Yeah.
now we've got the fake UFO invasion thing in our minds because of
Mm-hmm.
the the Illuminati card deck. But here's the thing: is
Yeah.
that like that's going to create a certain amount of confusion, I guess, because when we do start seeing things, which I don't doubt we will, and whether or not it's actually valid, it might not be a trick. Like, so I don't know, man. There's a bigger world out there other than our little planet. there's a lot going on out there that we're probably just completely unaware of because we only have the sensory input and the tools to determine our existence as human beings. And it's probably how they're going to take advantage of us. Like, I mean, I'm talking about the government, but at the same time, they could call wolf when there's no wolf, if you catch my drift.
Yeah, exactly. Like they did in that Fifth Wave movie.
Mm-hmm.
Except
Yeah,
that wasn't the government. But it played like it was the government, so it made you think it was the government in the story, which made you kind of agree with it because of the way that the government are. It's like you're like, yeah, they would do that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then so then you find out it's aliens, and you're like, oh well, okay.
In the immortal words of Jeff C., this is a actual proof positive act of cognitive dissonance. Like this is the definition of cognitive dissonance. Like it literally is. You know, it's playing on the fears to create a reality that doesn't exist.
I'm surprised you guys don't have a Cookie and Stop the Ride.
Who?
With us. Oh, you don't even know them.
Well,
What are
they have weird time schedules themselves too. It's all like
Oh, for sure.
because Cookies in the UK or
Yeah, that's right. He's probably just getting up or something like that right now because it's like dark here. So,
yeah.
well, anyway, I was just wondering, because I know he does that ice cream social.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything lately, so I don't know when the next time we'll be doing that. But we're getting due for one, that's for sure.
Well,
Okay, for sure.
I'm good.
I was just
I'm good.
curious.
I'm going to copy and paste the link to join us in the chat. So if anybody wants to come on in, by all means, come on in, be a voice, and let's have some fun.
A douche.
Did you just say douche?
I said badouche.
Oh,
Badoosh.
Like with a
badouche.
B, like a
Badouche.
B-A-D-U-S-H. Badouche.
All right.
It's like a weird thing I say. I'm full of weird things. It's
That's
just like
fine.
you get to know me over time. I'm about that.
Yeah, that's why I keep you around.
I think Rob's like used to it by now.
What do you guys think of the new tabletop exercise that came out?
There's a tabletop. What?
What's this one called? I haven't even heard of this one.
It's
I have
called
one.
Catastrophic Contagion.
Oh.
CC
Wow.
33.
Oh shit! They're just doing it right there, huh?
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
funny. They
Oh,
just can't help but not do that. It's like it's so.
Well, I don't
cringy.
know. They like to troll us too,
I
hello,
think that's what I
Cerebral.
mean by that.
What's up, man?
it's like made my cringe. Oh, we got somebody else. Awesome. What's up?
What's up, man?
Hey, Cerebral.
What's going on,
How you doing,
Venomnymous?
buddy?
I'm doing good, Robert. It's good
It's
to
good.
join you guys. It's good to be
Hey,
alive
man.
and breathing.
Awesome.
Thanks for joining us,
Yeah.
man.
Good to meet
you. You were just talking about the. Yeah, it's good to meet you too, man. I like the. I always hear about you. I've been so busy. I don't have as much time as back in the day when. I guess the SH days. I'm afraid to say certain things with the whole censorship nonsense.
Yes.
But
Exactly.
Yeah, I hear that, man.
I know I haven't even really been working on my database in like forever. It's still there though, so if people want to use it. Oh,
come
I
on.
don't have to go check that out.
I'll be back in a minute. I gotta drive. So I'll just keep you on mute.
All right. That's cool, man. Now, Gematria Database, he's living it up, man. He's doing good. He's doing a cosplay thing. He's basically what's his nuts from Back to the Future, George McFly. And then working at an 80s cafe. I mean, they got all kinds of, nostalgia and paraphernalia there. And that's pretty cool.
Oh, it's
Good
like
for
a
him.
job thing.
Yeah. He's doing
Right
good,
on.
man.
That's cool.
So, yeah, it's good that some of us are seeing some kind of fucking success. It's been a goddamn slog. It's been crazy.
Right.
I'm a musician and I don't want to sell out for one, but the media here, just because of doing work, whether it be exposing things or whatever, or exposing them, they made it pretty hard for me to actually get anywhere in life out here. But who cares? You just keep pushing forward, especially when after you get close to a lot of the kind of at one point I could say, I could have been like some guy like Skrillex, working 80 hours a week and lying to people and not being able to make the music. Sounds just terrible.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. When I went dark for a little while when I was living in Mexico, and that was because I was kind of trying to vet Amanda Mary Jewel and figure out if what she was doing was above board, and researching the whole cancer thing. And it turned out that it was absolutely legit. She was absolutely helping people. And we were fighting the Western medical mafia, basically. And the hardest pill to swallow out of all of that was that I wanted to cover things as a journalist. I was trying to cover these things and realized that if I did, then a lot of good doctors that are helping lots of people with things that are actually working, I'm not blowing the whistle on that. I'm not gonna report on something that's gonna put somebody at a detriment. And then it's like I had to swallow my pride and say, okay, what else am I gonna do? So I just became a student of medicine. Like I literally volunteered at the clinic and did other stuff and helped the patients and would pick them up from the airport and stuff, that when we flew them in. That was a life-changing thing for me. And it made me realize that as much as the truth movement was a powerful force, it was also a misguided one that was too busy trying to expose each other than to really look at the human element, not to take away from anything and any hard work that people have done, because I'm not saying that a lot of the work wasn't great, but the infighting, the stuff that happened in 2016 and 2017 was really, that was kind of like the last cry of the truth movement in a way, in my opinion. Anyway.
Well, I mean, you gotta always though remember that you guys were getting infiltrated at the time by a lot of different shills, and that's one of the things that I always loved Jeff was he would pick up on that kind of stuff, and he wasn't afraid to call people out. And when he would learn that he was in the wrong, he would apologize and he would admit when he was wrong on other things himself, general character. And he brought so many people together, even amongst all of your list, all of us. So I found you back in the day because I believe didn't you go and redo it live? I know yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
It was with oh crap, what was the podcast called now? It was with those other guys, and they it was just before that. And my first call, I did a call in when I was in Regina, and called in on a cell phone, and I had a shitty connection and about maybe 26 minutes of minutes left on the phone. So it was one of those call-in things where I just introduced myself to Jeff and to Press Reset Earth. Oh God, I can't think of the name of the podcast. Those guys got into a bit of a tizzy. Do you remember what it was, Venomnymous?
No, sorry.
Oh gosh,
I can't recall it either. I know what you're referring to though.
Yeah, yeah, those guys, yeah, they ended up
Yeah.
having a huge
We'll
disagreement
do
at
it
some
live.
point.
Yeah, we'll do it live.
Thanks,
Didn't I say that,
Jamachia.
Hello?
though? I thought,
Yeah. Okay.
did I not say we'll do it live? Crap, I thought.
We'll do it live. Yeah.
It's funny because I'm always thinking press for that all the time. Whenever I do get talked to with Tom, in some of his chats. But yeah, you guys really inspired so much. I hope you all know how proud you all should be that you got a bunch of us to start stepping out. I always was aware about this stuff, but didn't really get involved. And around, say, towards the end of the pandemic, when they were bringing all the vaccine clinics into the high schools and everything, there was a moment I had already gotten in to close with people within Project Veritas. I was messaging with Libs of TikTok, and we were actually able to take down some nefarious places, the schools. We actually sent in kids with cameras and got them to basically forge signatures, lied about their ages and everything, and then we showed to the public that these people were not really genuinely trying to do this in a medical fashion. And the other thing that I learned was you don't have anybody on staff there. They're not going to have the medical records of these kids, so you don't know how these things are going to go down the route of affecting drugs that they may be taking and other things. But
Yeah,
I digress. So I thank you. You helped me a lot, and you helped a lot of the other people, bro.
I'm
Along with Jeff.
I'm humbled, man. I literally stumbled into it and just felt like I had to take part, and I was new. I was a newbie when I got in there, and all I can say is that I really, really have to thank you guys, like all of you, for just believing in a thing. Um,
No problem.
sorry, I'm getting emotional here.
No,
But
it's cool. Like, I mean, it's cool to see the works of your labor, the fruits, like coming and prospering. And I wanted to bring this up just because I really think that we have a chance, and that we can truly take these people down. It takes time, and maybe we don't have all the reach in the world, but we've been chipping away at their ladder. And I really do believe, because of the work all of you did, and because you'd go out and speak out, and that's the thing we all should have courage to do.
well said, man. Well said. I like I look at the entirety of the community and the people that do speak out, and I think of it in the sense that, in a way, we're kind of like we're like the meat shields they send in as the first wave. like, like literally, like, I mean, and we didn't all make it, man. Uh Sorry, gonna go down sad route here, but like Janelle, God rest her soul, Jeff, um there's two very important people that are gone, and whatever the different scenarios were for them, I'm sure that if just a single decision was made differently, that things could be either worse or better. But here we are, and we have to take, I guess you could say, their actions very seriously. We have to take what they wanted to accomplish and do something with that, you know?
Yeah, it's crazy just taking those few steps. It's kind of scary, especially because going out and doing what I did with those people, it did eventually lead into the media actually contacting me. And for me, first time experiencing, they were going to write a hit piece on me, and it took me just a little bit of time to kind of get ahead of them and kind of force them not to.
Yeah.
Especially after seeing, them do everything that's happened to a bunch of you guys.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
I've seen...
it's so easy to turn around and just say, yeah, fuck you. I'll write a hit piece on you. I'm thinking of Team America World Police. It's like, I'll put a jihad on you, you know, like, but yeah, no, I mean, it's, it the proper way to go about it is to disseminate the information, not distracted by emotional response, and really deliver truth. That's what this is about. This isn't about the he said, she said, you know what I mean? It's about quantifiable effort as well, which you've demonstrated there, Cerebral. So thank you.
Thank you.
No, it's like it's, I guess the word is demonstrable, which I don't like because it has the word monster in there, but whatever. But I digress.
Scary monsters. Got it.
Scary monsters, man. What's that? I can't even think of the name of that old childhood book. Was the one with the monsters on the other side of the river there? What was that called? Gematria knows this. But he's offline for a moment driving. Oh gosh. So where are we at? What do you think? What do you guys think? Where are we at with this whole Ukraine business? Do you think someone's getting nuked or what?
Well, it could. They may use a real nuke. Maybe it'd be a small tactical nuke, or maybe it'll be like Project Bluebeam kind of nuke.
It could be a combination of Project Bluebeam. I mean, with television and the special effects of Hollywood and where it's at right now. I mean, there was a moment I was trying to say that, at least to other people in Really Graceful's chat, that I didn't think that enough people had the technology in their houses for them to be fully fooled by all the video games, kind of all that stuff. But upon seeing what they're doing with this Unreal Engine 5, and you watch what they've done with Star Wars and some of these things just behind these screens, they could easily, using the mass casualty acting that they've been building up through Crisis Cast and all that stuff,
Right.
you could just easily make the fake movie right there. And I mean, they don't even use really blood packs or any of these things anymore. They're at the stage where
they could just shoot people. They could just shoot people for real.
Well, they can,
and they do.
But I'm saying if they wanted to fake it on stage, we're at a point where they can do some more realistic stuff than what they usually even publish in Hollywood. And I think there's even a reason why this Avatar movie, they're purposely trying to bomb it with the advertising. They purposely having James Cameron come out and talking about all the woke things.
Yeah,
usually they want
that's
everyone
weird.
to come into that. But that's because they don't want people to really be paying attention to where the CGI really is. He is still using some cutting edge technology, with the whole manipulation.
Those underwater sequences are fucking breathtaking. Have you seen that shit? Like, dude, that is like some Jacques Cousteau fucking like level of like film done as CGI. Like, it's brilliant. Like, I was.
Oh, the lighting is crazy. Like, they're not even done releasing the tech that they used and all this stuff, and that's what's always mind-blowing to me. They improve all the technology for these people to come out and make their propaganda films.
Yeah. James Cameron's been working 13 years since Avatar, the first one. It's been 13 years.
And they want to put out a bunch more of these for whatever reason. But
I think 5 or 6 more coming.
Yeah,
well, I think he filmed 2 and 3 back to back, like how they did. Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying it's gonna be just like the Star Wars thing; it just never ends.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they want. This is a form of manipulating culture and our perception, right? Like we're not producing most of the music people are hearing is going to be by someone that gets really big too fast and then they get compromised. There's a few people out there, like I'm happy there's people like Tom McDonald and stuff like that break the waters, and they get so big that even though the Billboard and all these other companies won't talk about them, but they don't want people to have their own culture, and we are the ones that make that, and that's what builds the perception of truth and generations that rise up to that truth, or be raised into that truth, right? To have the ability to think. And so we've been programmed in so many ways. It's kind of when you do learn enough about the productions and how much thought goes into it. And I mean, you just look at Stanley Kubrick, we all know, right? It's mind bending how many people work and build these things and have most of them don't even half the time know what they're producing.
Right.
They're just going in for a job. They were looking for that big break, and then they learn it's a sweatshop. It's not easy, right?
See, I hear me out on this, and I want everybody else go ahead, cast your opinions in the chat. But I want to throw this out there, and it's the fact that, and okay, what is his name? Kanye West, or I don't want to dead name him because that would be bad. So, yay. Yay. Anyway, God, any yay. The funny thing about this, and I mean funny peculiar, not funny haha, is that like he's being caught into this ripple of self-importance or self-representation through his suffering. And I don't doubt that he's suffered. And I don't doubt that there is a cabal made up of, let's say, Talmudic Jews in Hollywood. But I also think that individuals are, how can I say, free agents. They're free agents to do their own work. And if they understand the environment in which they work, they can make the decisions to play along, to kite it, you know what I mean? To kind of toe the line as long as they get the thing that they need, you know what I mean? So I don't believe for a minute that the entire industry is collectively trying to do certain things, but I do believe that there is a small internal cabal or association or associated network, should I say, that is definitely working for another means to a different end, if you would. But I mean, some of these artists that come along, like look at like Quentin Tarantino is a perfect example. He's like, he reinvents himself every fucking movie he makes, and he's always just straightforward. And in a way, that's a compliment to the organic structure of our mainstream entertainment media. And he's gone and told it to go fuck itself several times. Now, that's an extreme on one side, and then you have all these other meandering little bits and pieces, actors, producers, directors along the way, that all have their own intentions. They have their own plan, they have their own agendas, and they don't necessarily coincide with a satanic cabal, but the satanic cabal might be the only thing that they could gravitate towards in order to do the thing that they want to do. So I could see the temptation and the involvement, I guess you could say, of some of these free agents. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think you could have one thing 100% control over everything. There's very natural things that happen within these different areas, and there's people that do rise to a certain form of fame, and they do use it for very either good reasons. Like Stanley Kubrick, in my opinion, was trying to really bring out and expose a lot of things towards the end, and I believe that's why they were editing out a lot more, and they knew that imagery that they were editing out probably was going to set us off a lot more down the line. But you see it all the time with artists when they're lapsing in the music industry, right? And then just having Kanye coming out and showing some proof about how people are drugged and everything. And you hear about this all the time. There's a reason in Eminem's song alone, I don't know what song it is because I'm not a fan of the guy, but one of the tracks opens up with him like talking with the agent, right? And the agent slowly becomes demonic, and it literally, if I recall right, it's like changing in the song as it goes along. And he's like, no, I don't want to do this. Take the drugs. You're gonna take the drugs. You're gonna do what we say, right? And that's where they get you. They probably
Yeah.
they learn with Morrison and Jim Morrison and
Yeah.
Jimi Hendrix and a bunch of these guys, and even John Lennon, when he started coming out and started writing anti-war, the anti-war songs. I don't think they really liked him, Yoko going up and doing Imagine and all that stuff. You know,
See, oh yeah, no,
I
you're
could be
right.
wrong though.
No, you got a great point there. And Ice-T did the same thing. Ice-T, and I think it was Iceberg, and he always does his own acting. Like he'll play like 3 characters in the same bit. Like he'll do like, an introduction to a beat. And yeah, he did a bit like that, same thing, like where he's talking to one of his own producers and like, yeah, man, oh man. It was that same kind of attitude, like just like to generate money for the fans kind of thing,
Yeah, I even think there was things about Michael Jackson, a guy that owns like I think it was 70% of Sony, right? There's reasons to take this guy out, and he's coming out with all this music, right? The history, that album.
See, man, I feel sorry for people like Michael Jackson, Elvis Presley, fucking, oh God, we got Gematria's back, but
Heck yeah.
What's his name there from? Oh gosh, God, I can't think of that from. Oh, frick, Seattle grunge. Help me out. Oh, Kurt. What's his name? Oh fuck, Gematria just left. But you know who I'm talking about, right? Kurt Cobain. Thank you.
Kurt Cobain. I thought so, but sorry,
Yeah.
a little bit of too much cannabis tonight from my brain.
No worries, not enough for me. No, but I feel sorry for these. They're musicians, but musicians, actors, comedians, they're the jesters of our society, right? And they take on an incredible amount of pain in order to write and to produce and to create things that are forms of expression. And it's a bit of a it's it's an honor and a privilege to be able to create for people that respect and appreciate it. And they live in this world where the forces at play that allow them to do their thing is ultimately the thing that curtails any other future like expansion of thought, expansion of idealism. And not to say that idealism is a necessary component, but it's always the motivating factor, right? It's usually what drives somebody to create a context for the feeling and emotion of the creations that they create. Like, look at Jeff C. Like, since we're on the topic, I mean, a lot of his videos are predicated on the fact that we're losing our morality, that we're losing our sensibilities, we're losing the family unit, losing like how long did it take for him to come around on the religious angle? Like, I mean, if anybody actually thinks about that, like, he was pretty atheist to begin with, but he came around and started realizing that there must be something. Like, at the very least, he became agnostic, even if he was just being polite. But I personally believe that. It's interesting though, because all of the things that we're doing is predicated upon an ideal that we invest in, to deliver a message. Unless it's heart-shaped box when you're talking about that cunt's cunt, but I digress.
I think about speaking of Jeff and his melodies, all the you could hear his care and the pain and suffering from learning about everything and carrying that hardship and feeling the that loneliness that comes with like always looking over your back. It's the last, like the video that he would always have on his live stream. I think really Graceful did the video editing for that. That song he wrote is just so powerful, and it just stuck in your brain, every night when he would go live.
Yeah.
But yeah, experience is what helps an artist transform this emotion, this feeling into the art, the imagery, and when it's done in the right way, it's to stimulate consciousness, to assist you consciously grow, to look deep within yourself and just imagine how it makes you feel.
Yeah.
And experience life, and then your perception changes with that experience, and you bond with that symbolism.
Hey,
Absolutely.
Wake.
Hey, Waste
Wake,
now.
but-
Welcome,
Happy holidays
buddy.
to everybody. I wanted to say hi and rest in peace, Jeff, and say hi to all you guys. Wish you happy holidays and to have a good evening. I don't know how long I'm going to be on here, but I just wanted to jump in for a second. Appreciate you having me on, man.
Thank you for coming in, man. Appreciate it. How you been, brother?
Robert.
I am doing all right. How are you guys doing? Well, other than I don't like the wintertime anymore. I mean, the older I get, the more it hurts every year.
Yep.
All right. I got it pretty good here right now. It's actually not cold. It hasn't it dipped below -3.
Oh man, heat wave over there.
Yeah. Right? The climate's changing, man.
No, that's crazy talk.
We just celebrated the equinox. The winter, it's done. The days are now getting longer.
Yes, indeed. Thank goodness.
The days are getting longer. It was the longest, shortest day ever.
I think it was. It stayed light past 4:30, I think. Usually it's dark by 4:30.
Yeah. It is dark as hell over here at 4:00. Yeah. 4:00 is pretty much a cutoff point for the sun. Sun's like, I'm out. Disappears over the mountain. We actually have real mountains out here. But
hey, Robert, you can kick me out whenever, by the way. I know other people want to get on here too.
It's all right, man.
Get out of here.
I can fit 6 people in here, so I got room for 2 more. It's all good. And once again, I'd like to thank everybody in the chat, by the way. Active Research, how you doing?
We got some seriously dope people in the chat. Like, you have no idea.
Yeah, we
All these
do.
people are really cool people.
Yeah, we do.
Active Research, he catalogs everyone's stuff, man. It's awesome. He's got like quite the collection of videos that no longer exist on YouTube.
Right on, man. No, thank you, man. Thank all of you, by the way, for coming out tonight. I just came out of a quagmire of life and just getting resettled. I just recently rebuilt my computer system. As you know, I lost my motherboard and CPU 5-6 months ago, 7 months ago now. I don't know. I got to update my stories. Can't time, but yeah. I got the new motherboard. Then I had to wait a month to get the new CPU, and then 2 days after I got the new CPU, I moved to Caslow. 3 days after I moved to Caslow, I'm living in the bush for 74 days, and now finally got a place and just kind of rebuilding and kind of structurizing. So I do have to thank y'all for your patience in getting set back up, but I won't be shitting the bed on getting more work done and more videos and stuff. So I hope that is good. Sorry, I got lost in the chat there. Shiny
It
objects.
happens.
But no, man, no, it's it's a bit of an emotional time too. I mean, it's that time of year, reflection. We're kicking out the previous year behind us and going for another lap around the sun. So, oh, we lost Venomnymous. I think he'll be back. Oh, there he is. Damn his internet.
Yeah, I moved my phone too far away from the good signal, I guess. Fuck.
Yeah. We gotta camp out underneath the G5 tower, right?
Yeah. I'm just gonna climb it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, get up there right at the top. That's where you want to be.
So I can just camp right out.
I need a hammock.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, it's great though. We're all over the country. Where are you, Cerebral?
I'm in Colorado, in the United States.
Colorado. So we're all over North America here. That's cool. Venomous, you're in Newfoundland?
Yeah.
Newfoundland.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm in the same boat. I'm Eastern time as well.
Oh, he's Eastern time. Like it's like take your time and add an hour and a half to it, and that's Venomnous's time.
Yeah, there you
Oh
go.
wow.
Way past his
Yeah, right
bedtime.
now it's 12:30.
I discovered and learned about time zones playing a game called EVE Online, and I remember I was a member of Anzac Alliance, which is an Australian corporation in the game, and they wanted North American guys and gals to take part in order to defend their space when they were sleeping because it was a real-time sandbox. So actually I played with time zones because we had people from Europe, we had people from Australia, New Zealand, and here. So yeah, I it's funny. Time zones are a strange thing, and it's so hard for some people to wrap their heads around. It's bizarre, but some people don't leave the fucking street they live on for their entire life.
I don't think a lot of people even know the streets these days at all because Google Maps just drives them.
Yeah, you don't have to retain any information. The information is already there processed for you, so you don't have to do any computing or thinking it whatsoever.
Just habitually move throughout the day, right? Like they've totally have reconditioned us to behave through technology. I don't think a lot of people even write too much down on paper anymore. Like there's some people forgetting now how to like write.
It is weird. I can remember. I can remember,
everything.
dude. I can remember a bunch of numbers in my head, a bunch of phone numbers that were my friends' phone numbers when we were kids. But right now, if I got arrested, I'd be screwed, dude. I'd be like, I can call my mom or the 911. I don't fucking know.
What's that number?
I'm literally right now working on a documentary all about like what we've been conditioned to think is normal that is not, and how many things in our lifetime alone. I mean, you go even going back further back to like the 1900s and then to the 1800s, and people were behaving much differently, but as technology did evolve, so did certain attributes of how we would behave accordingly. It's all about our environment, and our bodies become programmed to our environment, right? And that's why they want televisions in everyone's houses. They want a phone. The as Jeff would always say, the black mirror. The device that witches scry on. The warlock, or
Mm-hmm. We would talk about that, and especially around the time that it was being proposed that it was now possible to plant chips into your body before Elon, before all that stuff. But like, it's like we debated over the issue of whether or not it was even necessary. Because, like, guess what? You don't need a chip in your hand when you got a fucking phone. Like,
yeah, we're using DARPANet technically.
Yeah, you're using DARPANet. Yeah, you and we've talked about that in the past. Like, I mean, it was called the ARPANET up until like 87 when CERN created the TCP/IP protocol, and then that's when they had a packet-driven information exchange system, and it's even amazing that it works, to be honest. But then look what we built now. We built our own fucking prison. Like, we did the hard, heavy lifting and the design and implementation of this system.
We train their algorithms, their AI.
Yeah, well, think about this, right? So Elon and Twitter and everything, and he's talking about how he wants to turn this into the new WhatsApp, or whatever they use over in China. You know, that everything's done through. I can't remember where
I don't
the
think
name is.
I don't think he said
I don't think he
that.
wants to do that. He
Yeah.
did. There was
The
some talk
WeChat.
about.
You know,
Yeah,
he said
he did.
he said speaker's corner. He
Okay.
didn't say he wants.
Speaker's corner.
Well, the speaker's corner is a place that would be in a village or town. It would be like in a town center, and would be where somebody could get up and speak. That's what he was saying. He was saying that Twitter is like a speaker's corner for voices to be heard.
I thought he was just referencing that old TV show, you know, the Canadian TV show, Speaker's Corner.
Oh, I remember it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was a great idea. I think that's fucking brilliant. I think that's. I think we need that more now than ever. Like, honestly, fuck TikTok. But anyway, I digress. Sorry, go on, man. Sorry, Cerebral.
Oh, definitely. No, but no. Where I was going, and this doesn't really have to really pertain with Elon. It has more to pertain with the old Twitter algorithms and everything.
Right.
And what most of us in our day-to-day lives do not pay too much attention to and never would want to, there is this growing dark cesspool, and Jeff was completely aware about this, but of pornography, like self-made pornography, like people becoming like so self-infatuated themselves, right? And it goes into the BTQXYZ like area where these people are all encouraging themselves to be severely obese, to do the most disgusting debauchery, you know, always wearing these animal masks. And now they like, it's horrendous how many videos of these furry conventions and things, all that were actually born from that device as Twitter. Facebook wouldn't, they, you know, they have their mechanism of manipulating people, and they don't dabble from my I mean, I got off the platform, so I wouldn't know, but doing some deep look into like this disgusting nonsense that's still on Twitter and how it's growing, right? And then you have all these people that are going into the schools, and they are encouraging the kids to go and get on these social media sites and look at all these other people that are glorifying this debauchery. And I don't know. It's
well, hey, in Calgary just yesterday they had an all ages drag show.
I saw somebody talking about that in the comments section earlier when you guys were chatting, and somebody's said something about kids, a parent insisting that their kid go to an all ages drag show or something.
Yeah. And I guess they had protesters that were there. Thank God, we got to protest that shit. Like, come on. Anyway, but
no, for real though.
My emotions aside, but I mean, no, it's one of the things that has kind of progressed is the idea that we don't have to aspire to anything. And it's like, you know, and Jeff was on about this stuff too, where, you know, students would get, you know, participation awards and badges and blah, 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 just for showing up. It's like, so the fat kid can get a fucking prize for being the last fucker to show up, you know, to cross the line in a track and field event. You know what I mean? Like, there's literally no drive or focus to do better than what you are, and that is being rewarded. It's like rewarding a dog for bad behavior. It's fucking ludicrous. Like, it's literally ludicrous. But now we've gotten to a point where it's like, oh, I'm fat and I'm beautiful. It's like, okay, you're fat, you got that part right, but the other part is no. Like, I mean, if you're beautiful, it's how you carry yourself. Am I right?
Yeah.
It's how you carry yourself. That's where, you know, that's where I know some people who are obese and sexy. Yeah, you heard it here. But it's how they carry themselves. Going
It's
on
also
to
not healthy. I'm not trying to shame anybody. It's like, I'm worried about you. There was
Yeah.
that one girl, Jamie Lopez, the supersized salon star that died at the age of 37, I believe. And it's like, I wonder why. She was
Yeah.
massively morbidly obese. And I'm not trying to shame anybody.
No,
That's
it's
just
because she was
facts,
body
man.
shamed, man. She
Or
got body
the
shamed to death.
Oh my God.
turn this ship around. Anyway, but
I mean,
yeah,
if you go into a Target though, like go into a Target, and you will see up on the walls now. I was kind of shocked. You go around the mall, like Park Meadow Malls, Park Meadows in Colorado, and it's they have like shops now that have these giant, disgusting mannequins, right? Like they literally are producing this whole unhealthy idiocracy kind of culture, and they downplayed it during the whole scandemic. They were encouraging people like, no, it's not that makes you sick and weak. No, consume your Twinkies, designer foods and other products, and there they are, getting bigger and bigger, like in the meanwhile promoting all this sexual deviancy on it too, right? And then they having that.
Yeah.
What was that lady? I don't know who she was. She got up and played the trumpet. It was a flute. It was a flute. I'm sorry. I was thinking of. I think it was a flute.
Not the skin flute.
Oh no. No, someone's like some crystal. I think it was a crystal flute or something. But she was playing this, amazing musician's flute, getting up there in a like bikini, flapping around, and then like super upset the next day when people were like, "Oh my God, what did you do?" Like,
Yeah.
and just seeing the response from other countries, like, "Wow, America, like, look what you've become."
Dude, they were doing that when Bill Clinton got a blowjob from Monica Lewinsky. It's like they were already laughing. Like all the world leaders, like, I'm getting a blowjob right now. What is the problem with you guys? Like, fuck. You know what I mean? But no, to just end cap what I was talking about earlier, there is like this need to be better doesn't exist anymore. They've removed it. They removed it by not removing like the fat kid doesn't want to get made fun of. He doesn't want to come in last place. Like, don't reward. And when I say bad behavior, I'm not saying he's bad because he can't run. I'm saying if he strived harder, I'm going to tell you a small story. And this is when I was in the military. In my general military training, it's the boot camp. Everybody does it from all walks of the military life. They have to do this course. And during a 4-kilometer ruck pack march, I mean, we had some guys who were built like brick shit houses. Like, I mean, like one dude, he's Korean. He was like 6'2", and he could do one-handed push-ups with 2 guys sitting on him. I'm not even joking. He was crazy fucking fit. But he went out 2 kilometers deep. He was down and incapacitated because of heat exhaustion. He could not last. The fat guy who got like picked on and raised, he shit himself. He had a sore on the top of his fucking foot on this instep. He had a sore that was like a fucking 2 inches in diameter from the boots that he was wearing. And he made it. He made it past the 4-kilometer ruck march. And this other guy built like a brick shithouse totally fucking failed. I mean, it's the wiry guys like my build. It's us that usually do, more competent work in the military. I mean, it's just because, we're not pushing around massive amounts of, mass, and we're not, we're not requiring so much nutrients. You know what I mean? Like there's a whole bevy of bullshit there. But the big thing is that like the perception of performance is merely that. It's a perception. Like, just because a guy is big and buff and has all the stuff doesn't mean he can actually carry it out. You know what I mean? The fat guy, he made it through. Like I said, he shit himself, but he also had to deal with his foot. Like, that was pretty awesome. Like, you know what I mean? Gematria.
You know what I think?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say real quickly. I think we try to soften bullying, and not that it like there should be ever be like an extreme version of this, but I believe it's completely healthy and normal for us to kind of bully each other. I mean, you see it amongst a lot throughout society, and that's how we become stronger. We push each other. Every time anybody would challenge me, it just made me want to like succeed more, right? And so I would strive for that. So
yeah, I agree. And there's another side. There's another side to bullying that people neglect, and it's the idea that the bullies themselves, the ones that did the bullying, they have to live with themselves later. Like, it's counterintuitive because it comes at a later time of progression. But the people that were made stronger because of the bullying are going to have to cohabitate the same space as the people that did the bullying, who have to now live with the guilt of the fact that they were total cocksuckers. So, I mean, it's a true story. I mean, like, it's like, crap. And like, then you have a divergence of, oh, do I admit what I did to myself? And you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of acceptance that has to happen there. It's kind of like the old adage that the meek will inherit the earth. And there's logic, and there's actually a lot of wisdom in that statement.
Well, dude, I remember when I was younger, we used to shit all over each other. My dad's dead. I remember me and my friends, we would jam music and play instruments and stuff together. And then one day they're like, "Oh man, how's Father's Day going?" And I'm like, "Yeah, fuck you, dude. You're just the bassist. Pack your shit up. You're easily replaceable anyway." We used to just talk shit to each other all day anyway. Like that was every day.
Yeah, nobody likes the bassist. Are you kidding me? In any band? No, I'm just joking. I had one that was a born again Christian, so yeah. Anyway.
No, it's just good times. We weren't bullying each other. There's a difference between ripping on each other and riffing and bullying, like straight up bullying,
Yeah.
Well, I think that should be what more of the term I was trying to apply. I guess it was like ripping on each other, because I still do think though, like there's a reason why when you're put through a certain regression, say like in the military, you learn to become strong, and it does strengthen you for the situation where you're in that, where you're going into. But that's a whole environmental thing. And if you were to define more though, if we weren't in this kind of culture, that would not be normal. Things would be different. And it's hard to say, in a tribe, say like nomadic tribes, really how hard they would bully each other or rip on each other in the same fashion. But there is a difference in like bullying to haze someone to the point where they're being psychologically driven to madness, or you're just doing it to be so nefarious where it's not redeemable, right? Where you're trying to break and hurt someone just because you have usually some other form of trauma yourself.
I'm surprised nobody's digging into me or getting onto me about the the typo in my name. I didn't even realize it until I punched her in and I was already in here. I was like, oh, I was a few minutes in and I was like, oh, I fucked that up. I'll take it though. It made my day. That's funny.
Oh, dude, I said, hey, Wask now.
I didn't even notice, man.
It's all good, bro. Don't worry. Gematria was Gematria Database U. And I don't know how he did that, because the U was like way on the other side of the keyboard.
Yeah, I somehow just ended up pushing it before he ended up coming on. I don't know how I did it either.
Giggity. That's hilarious, dude. So Yeah, here we are. How you guys doing tonight? Everybody in the chat.
I'm too sober for this shit.
Yeah. I'm working on it.
I don't know. I ate too many edibles. When I got to that point where you're like, oh,
Me
a little bit
too.
uncomfortable.
All at once.
That's life, though.
I'm cleansing.
That's
I'm
what
not
you get.
drinking any alcohol or anything. I'm trying to go all natural and do healthy, do right for myself. Hell yeah. Giggity giggity.
Oh, you're broke too, right?
Say what? Yeah. Well, yeah, essentially, but no, I mean, I could go get drunk if I want to. I'm just trying to make healthy choices.
No, I'm just fucking with you. No, that's cool, man. No, that's good. No, that's great. Oh man, I didn't mean to be condescending. I wasn't.
No, you're fine, man. Like I said earlier, I'm used to it, man. That was every day of my life with my friends, is just picking on each other. But it wasn't really. It's like you know who you can get away with it and who you can't, though. That was the thing. We never really took it past where we drew the line, essentially.
Yeah, and that's busting balls amongst your peers, which, you know, like, I mean, is a normal thing. When somebody is let's say a loner and just starts singling out other individuals, it just really means that they're looking for some kind of an emotional interaction, that they're looking for, you know, basically companionship, you know, in the form of friendship, or, you know,
Or they're psychopathic.
Yeah, manipulative, psychopathic, sociopathic, any of the above.
Yes.
Hey, Gematria, do you have?
But usually that.
Do you have stuff going on in the background?
Yes, that's why I mute out.
Turn off the porn, man.
Or fucking screen share it, one or the other. Like, like what the fuck? So what do you think of me flying through space? Ooh, I'm in space. Ooh.
You look like an
Pretty
elongated muskrat.
Oh, you making fun of my beard, bro? But you digress.
Yeah, I'm just fucking around, man.
That's
It's
cool,
getting
man.
late. I'm getting tired, and like I said, I'm actually sober right now. It's crazy. I came in here and I said I would be positive. I wouldn't come in here with a negative attitude on you guys.
Nah, it's good, man. No, thanks for coming out, man. I appreciate it. What have you been up to? What have you been doing?
Not much. Hanging out with my kids, taking care of the family, getting married in the springtime, and looking for a house. Have been. It's getting a little better out there, but I haven't seen anything too promising yet, but we're working on it.
Yeah, man. Good, man. You know, good fighting the fight, and the whole procreating thing. Good on you.
Yeah, I did my part. I've got enough. I think I'm done for now, for sure. I'm good on kids.
Right on, man. Well, that's, you know,
I love the ones I got, but I don't need any more of them.
Gotcha. Yeah, man. No, it's important. It's important that we start to really get back to family values. And I think if anything, Jeff was always supporting that opinion. Like, he was always like, we're deconstructing what family values even mean. Like, when parents are being called out as domestic fucking terrorists in our world, like, how, like, what backwards?
It's tough since you can't hit your kids. Literally, the only thing you can do is take away the internet. It's the only punishment, dude, and they will lose their freaking minds. I tell you that.
What do you mean you didn't pay the Wi-Fi bill?
Oh
You'll get
yeah,
shot
dude.
over that.
If the kids don't listen, that I'll take the Wi-Fi router and just lock it in my room if I need to.
Yep, and that's called good parenting. Like,
I don't know what else to do. It's gotten to a point where I don't know. These kids don't. I mean, One of
Do you
my
remember-
kids, I should say. My other kids are perfectly fine, but one, I should say, is not respectful to their elders. Essentially, they're just very disrespectful, and we're working on it. But it's social conditioning through watching garbage on YouTube that I try to get him away from. But his mom doesn't care, and I'm not with the mom all the time, so that's the thing. It's like I'm not with him 24/7, so I can only monitor what he does over here when he's in my care. And luckily, he's logged into a device here, so I can check his history, and I have been, and his mom doesn't know. And yeah,
well, if she's listening to this podcast, she might know. But
that would be great if she is. I don't think she has the mental capacity to even know how to search for anything to get to somewhere like your channel. Honestly, keywords or anything. She's not that smart.
if she did, she wouldn't have hung on she wouldn't have hung on 5 minutes in.
No, I just see some horrendous stuff. I'm like, there's no way a friggin' 12 or 13-year-old should ever be watching this kind of stuff. Like,
I'm only being facetious. I'm not trying to comment on her, but yeah, no,
I made bad decisions when I was younger. Trust me.
Oh, I've made bad decisions every step along the way. That's how it goes, man. The fun bit is that we can change things, man. We can do this. I think we can do this. I think we can pull it off. The pendulum is swinging in the opposite direction now. Like, it has gone as far left, if you want me to go in that direction, as a descriptor, but it is starting to swing back. Now, the thing is what velocity will it carry with it as it swings back across? And we have to be extremely responsible. We have to be extremely deliberate with our choices and how we how we demonstrate the right behavior, I think that's probably one of the most important things that we can do right now as responsible journalists, if you want to call us that.
It is crazy, though, what kids are going through. And actually, that's not even just the social conditioning online. That's also in school and how they're being treated. Like you said, everybody gets a participation award. Everybody gets kudos. Good to you. There's no fuck you. You suck. There's none of that. Can't do that.
No.
There's no go do it again. See if you can do better. There's no nothing. You just you did it. Here's some participation.
Oh, you showed up.
Well, didn't you know grades are racist? Grades are so racist, it drives a little liberal crazy.
Drives them crazy. Yeah.
No, they're like, but I have seen tons of articles like that where they do say it. They're like, we shouldn't do anything for these kids because it's just gonna hurt them to work harder. We need them to be stupid.
Have you seen the digression of music where every 15-year-old with a freaking iPad is a musician, quote unquote, nowadays?
Oh, I can't stand it. I actually, when Jeff would talk about how the music industry was changing, right? With techno, and he would bring up how they were over like using triplets and stuff, and how there is a psychology to writing, addictive trash music. It's crazy how they can release serotonin and dopamine just so easily on. I mean, it's kind of just like the video games they come out with and how addicting. It's nothing but dopamine receptor explosion, just out of perception. And then all the movies, even, it's constantly, they want to do more frames per second because it's going to keep your eyes locked.
Yeah, I think they're filming in 6K nowadays. They got some high-tech equipment that they're filming with high definition.
They build these, they're called red cameras, actually. They build these giant rigs out of them, and it's insane. The amount of, depending on if it's a camera that has lenses that are going to be shooting at different lengths. Other cameras they build are just, have one focal length. But 6K, they shoot about 120 frames per second. and they're talking about, you know, when the 8K television comes out, right? Eventually, it's gonna go at 240. It's gonna look so realistic. It's gonna just it'll look like beyond a window you can just walk right into.
Uncanny Valley.
They're getting to the point where they can fool us. They're coming out these video games now where it's like a movie playing out, right? And you make decisions with these characters, and it's trippy.
It tells you is it like the mind reading videos?
To kind of they do ask if they can gather data from you, but more of just it's more of just a movie that plays out. You're making decisions for these characters, and it's all done the same way Avatar's done, where they're wearing, you know, a special camera that comes up to their face. They have dots on their faces and everything is just captured, and then they go back in and they try to edit everything so it looks as human as possible. But if they were given, say, the stuff that James Cameron is using, you're talking about a whole new level of like just ease in producing the content, right? That's how they can get all these, you know, CGI character and looking more realistic. Is literally it's somebody that's always kind of being captured doing something. I don't know. To me, it's getting to a point where it's kind of dangerous. Because like kids, we've well gone beyond the line of blurring reality in television. Like people's complete perception of reality is based on what they're watching through Netflix and Disney and Hulu.
That's what's happening to my kid, dude. Watching too much shoot 'em up music videos, gang.
Dude, the music industry heavily. You know, I work for a gym. And so they play nothing but the garbage pop music of every damn genre. And when I see the rap and the techno stuff, right? Like there's a few like electronic artists that I just look at and I'm like, yeah, you're a musician. No wonder this sounds, and it's constantly progressing and doing stuff that you are on a whole nother level. You know, it's not the same repetitive kind of Skrillex beat or Infected Mushroom even. They're kind of very repetitive, but those are, you know, two big names in that whole electronic world that shaped the whole generation of like new musicians. And then everything got dumbed down even from there. Like it just became like a lick, and then you just use a few echoes and then just a bass, like boom, you know. And all these people just get fascinated. If it's a child, they're getting overstimulated by dopamine. Primarily.
That's why a lot of people have to use drugs, I think, at these places. I'd have to be on drugs to listen to that crap too.
Fair.
I would. I've actually shows that the Dat 6 last show, but when he actually got had trouble here in Colorado for screwing around with a minor, I believe. It's you.
Oh, dude, that happened to Bass. Dude, that happened to Bass Nectar too. Bass Nectar got outed for. Yeah, dude, that's.
And it's funny because Bass Nectar, when originally in his career, if you go back and listen to his original mixtapes that he was doing, that took the whole world by storm at the time. At least in the underground little whole electronic pop kind of underground scene, he was doing a lot of like think for yourself, question authority, 6 corporations run your media. Like he was like exposing things, and then all of a sudden he becomes a big, huge sensation, right? And his behavior completely changes. There's Black Lives Matter, I think, still up on his YouTube page, you know, and that's a whole culture or generation, a whole set of people with a newly defined culture that has no real stimulating music. Like some of my friends will not listen to anything but repetitive electronic music, and it's gotten to a point where it's just random, you know, literally like trashy noise just with a bunch of echo and reverbs thrown on. It'll keep your attention, and when you're in front of like a huge subwoofer, it's gonna shake your body, and so you're gonna like, you know, it's gonna rumble your lower area, the lower chakras, as they would say, and it's going to stimulate your whole sexual response. That's why a lot of hip hop and bass and electronic music uses real low bass frequencies, versus like the hypnotic effects of guitars and everything, right? They do add a little bit of like trebly kind of stuff to go on to like make things more of like a surreal atmosphere, using it more to create space around you.
Like a didgeridoo or a sitar.
Yeah. And then they do use triplets a lot to like hone in just on serotonin receptors. It's really crazy the amount of like when you learn how to do it, make certain things that just say you're going to compose for a film and you want people to feel a certain feeling or emotion. You do learn, we learn so much about music theory, and then just the process of like what it does to us as we experience it. We know how to like make other people then experience that same feeling. So if we want to make you feel uneased, like we're gonna grab things that you've never heard of, or like so that way your brain can't recognize it. It's gonna make you feel very uneasy. Usually when they do in like say Jurassic Park, why the roars and all that was that people had never heard such a quality of mixing of elephants and tigers being reversed. You think of a TIE fighter flying by, that's an elephant being tortured actually, and they just reverse the elephant's scream. And I think Jeff covered how that was programming people a little bit, like how they when they would go and use sound effects, when he would talk about all this kind of stuff. To me, it's a very interesting study when you go into, manipulating
sound engineering. Sound engineering is fun if you do know how to do it, though. But yeah, you can pretty much do anything if you have a computer nowadays.
True story. And just playing with sound. I mean, I could only imagine what it was like back in the day when you didn't have like digital workstations and you had to use like reel-to-reels and I guess primitive sampling gear, which some of them also use like tape. There were some digital devices back in the day, but like Pink Floyd used to use a lot of that technology to create their albums, which have that theatrical almost cinematic experience, but from an auditory sense, right? Like Pink Floyd, The Wall, for instance. If you listen to that front to back, by the way, if you listen to Pink Floyd, The Wall, there's no other way other than to listen to it front to back. You have to hear the whole fucking thing. You don't listen to one song.
Yeah, they made it a psychedelic, psychological, experimental rock album. They were always doing that. It is pretty good stuff. You got to be into that kind of thing, I guess. But I mean, you can say no to Pink Floyd, man.
It's a journey, right? And they were very good as artists to deliver that. Like you have to imagine like the artwork, like the visual artwork that they made, the message, like the post angst of a child who lost his father in World War II. Like the whole premise is pretty spot on, and it's pretty well executed, even if it was done by the CIA. No, I'm just I'm just saying it's still an adventure though, and it's an experience. It's one I like drugs, by the way. I think drugs are great. I'm not.
Wouldn't that be more like the KGB?
Because if you really wanted to ask me, you would have asked me. So don't pretend like that's
not the FBI, the KGB.
You're right. That's not the reason. I didn't propose because I thought
you.
What was that?
Sound like a TV show or something, man.
All I could hear is some woman talking.
She was
It
pissed.
was like you were like whispering
Yeah,
into her ear.
she didn't sound
subtle,
happy.
Sweet music.
That's funny.
Hey, y'all! I gotta go. It's like
I
1
said
o'clock.
KGB.
Have a good night, man.
Peace out, bro.
I just want to
All
say
right.
Later, man.
rest in peace,
Happy
Jeff.
holidays.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. By the way, it was great. And catching up with you guys.
Venomnymous, thanks for coming out, man. I do appreciate
Yeah, thanks
being
for coming
here.
out, man.
If
It's always good to see
you and
you,
I,
brother.
you helped build this tonight, and everybody give him some props in the chat there.
tell me about that.
Shit.
Oh.
But yeah, no, thanks everyone for coming out. It's great to see everyone here chatting it up and sharing their thoughts. It's cool. It's been a while. But yeah, I gotta go be dad tomorrow, so I need to go to bed.
Yeah, you're in that you and your weird ass time zone. Get your ass to bed.
Yeah, that's right.
Well,
But
we
yeah,
got to do this again. We got to do this again, Venomnymous.
yeah, for sure. But yeah, I just want to say rest in peace, Jeff C. Knowing you has improved my life greatly. Like, I was seeking truth, but when I discovered Jeff C, he raised me to like several levels above where I was, and I'll never forget that. And I'll just continue to carry the bone broth torch as best as I can.
Yeah, man. Well said.
Yeah. So,
Well, you have a wonderful night. Get some rest. Be a good dad tomorrow, and we'll talk at you next time.
right on. Take care, guys. I'm out.
Okay,
Take
buddy.
care, bro.
Peace out. That was Venomnymous. I always say his name wrong, but yeah, he's a good guy, and he came to me about a month ago and asked if we were going to do this, and like, I had just gotten my shit back together, and it wasn't on. It was there in the back of my mind, but it wasn't there. I was like, can I pull this off? Can I do this? And luckily, the chips fell into place, and I was able to do this, and got my brand new system up and running. Finally, it took me a month, but hey, that's it.
I'm glad you're back up and running too, man. That's good
Yeah,
news.
man.
Last time I heard you were trying to make your own platform and trying to create all that stuff, and then you said you lost a motherboard and some other shit happened, and I don't even know, but it's good to hear from you. Happy holidays to everybody. I'm gonna head out here in a minute too. It's getting late on my end, but 12.
No worries, man.
So Newfoundland has a weird ass time zone like that. An hour and a half ahead of Eastern time. That's crazy. I didn't even know that. Learn something new every day, folks.
Have you ever met a Newfie roofer?
No.
No? Well, you should, because that'll explain a lot. It's not just the time zone.
What are the other factors we're talking about?
Oh, they're a hardy bunch. They're a hardy bunch.
Gotcha. Yeah, he said he lives out in the woods. They're like, okie dokie then.
Yeah, they're a hardy bunch. I've met some pretty insane roofers, and it's weird. They're either Newfies or they're French.
That's and where you're at isn't French. BC is not French, and then as you go to the East Coast, it becomes French territory.
Yeah, but there's lots of French out here. Don't kid yourself. There's lots of them out here. Don't believe the hype.
I'm just saying, if I went to like Vancouver or Surrey or something, I'm not gonna be running into everything written in French, am I?
Oh, the French don't go there. They come out here in Alberta, actually, for the most part. But yeah. No, speaking of Alberta's pushing back against our federal government, by the way, which is a good thing.
Oh yeah, man.
I'm hoping that the other provinces start to coincide with that. It's by the way, we live in a goddamn like Trudocracy.
I don't even know how Justin Trudeau's still in office, honestly.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Why? How?
I mean,
go ahead.
Even seeing him like fail when he was in front of like his Chinese pals, and like it's just like.
Did you see him get blasted?
Yeah,
by the EU.
They released that purposely just so that everyone can see just how he's ridiculed and how weak he is, right? It's the same way they're trying to like do the same thing to America, right? They're destroying like things that were strong, right? The Mounties were strong at that point, but now everybody's like, the United States military is all weak and pitiful and all about the dog mask and
if you set out on a mission to go ask 100 people if they like Trudeau, and then write down 100 little bullet points, ask somebody their name or whatever, be like, hey, can I get a your name, and do you like Justin Trudeau? And then just tally it all up. I guarantee you it's going to be probably almost 100 out of 100.
Yeah. It's probably gonna be worse than that. It's weird because I don't think anybody actually likes Trudeau. Like, how can I want to say this in a charitable way. So the Liberal government in Canada, the federal government, which is liberal, likes to throw money at problems. So it's like, oh, we gave you money for this. So the people that got the money are like, yeah, great, I got money. I love Trudeau because you got money. It's like you're just paying off the fucking people, just like he paid off the state-funded fucking media like Global, fucking CBS, not CBS, sorry. Yeah, fucking, it's insane. Like, oh man, CTV. Sorry, my brain farted there. But yeah, CTV, fucking Global fucking media, and then you got the CBC, which is a nonprofit, but they get like $2.1 billion per year. You can look that up. Look that up. What the fuck does the CBC actually do that requires $2.1 billion? I don't even see any goddamn feet on the ground. I don't see a goddamn camera. I don't see fuck all being done. It's insane. What? Maybe they got a hot take that they put out on video every couple of months or something. Is that the production value? Is that where that money's going? 2.1 billion with a B. Anyway,
That's like the United States. It's like our country's burning to the freaking ground in front of our faces, but we're gonna spend billions of dollars and send troops over to Russia and Ukraine to solve their bull crap, even though we don't have our shit figured out.
Oh, that's only because that there is a percentage that gets skimmed off the top for certain people to get some money. Like, it's literally come down to that, and it sounds to me like rats leaving a sinking ship. If you ask me, it's like, oh, how could we come out on top and get more power and glory just before everything goes fucking shit sideways?
Well, here's something kind of crazy. When I was down at Freedom Fest last year in
Yeah.
South Dakota, right? Project Veritas was there, and they had April Moss, who was working for CBS at one point, and she actually like started pushing back against the whole scamdemic narrative and everything. And she asked actually a Pfizer employee, their spokesperson, some questions about the thing we shouldn't speak of. And
I think you're allowed to say it now.
are we? I'm so used to it. I
I
don't know,
know.
man. Like yeah, I never want to like wreck someone else's channel or anything.
The virus of unknown origin.
Right. The bat stew, right? But she just came out and was asking them hard questions, and the lady from Pfizer, just used candid responses. Completely just kept like lying and everything. And in her earpiece, she's like, "Oh, I was hearing like, what are you doing? You're live. Stop this. This is madness. What are you doing?" She goes let go later that day, and I think she said live on television, like, I'm whistleblowing with Project Veritas. I'm coming out at the whole Freedom Fest convention. She got up and spoke, and she was talking about how all the press were issued these passes around COVID, all about whether it gave them permission to go get gas and food from some location during some undisclosed time. And so she was asking her supervisors, what is this for? Why would we be getting this? And that's when she was really starting to think about her own family. And that's when she was like, I can't do this anymore. I can't just like, do what they're having me do.
Right. That's critical thinking. That's somebody saying, wait a minute, this doesn't fucking add up.
Yeah, man. I don't know. All those people that that I got to meet and talk with, their stories are very enlightening and astounding. And it's like even learning that even the smallest levels of people being in certain just levels, low level positions, and getting just a few emails, they've been able to like expose so much about whether it be like a woke kind of communist programming, to destroy the whole family core, or whether it was another just foul practice of money laundering.
And see, yeah, a lot of this has to do with the destruction of the family unit. Like, I mean, it was already happening.
I'm seeing it happen firsthand personally myself, man. It's not a pleasant experience. And also it's something that okay. When I was a kid, there wasn't the internet. And then when the internet came along, there's no handbook on how to raise your kids with the age of the internet. We didn't grow up with this shit. It's like it's completely different form of parenting altogether.
No, that's absolutely true. And I bet it's really tough. I mean, when they first even came out, when we were getting a hold of that, I mean, I'm 36. So around like high school.
Hey, do you remember? Oh man, no, I'm not even gonna say it. I'm gonna say I know everybody's already seen it, but I'm not gonna say anything. I don't know if we're allowed to say that on here either. I'm not trying to get you flagged, but yeah, no, there was always some fucked up shit.
Go for it.
I'm just saying, 2 girls, 1 cup.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was so.
Yeah, that's exactly part of what you're talking about. That's what I don't want my kids to come across. You know what I'm saying?
I'll never look at chocolate mousse the same.
Oh god. Oh no.
Oh, that. What about all this anime tentacle porn? Everyone remembers that disgusting stuff that kids were coming across.
Oh, I watched.
Whoa, bro.
I used to watch that shit on VHS. My buddy would bring it over because he would get that shit sent to him on VHS tapes from China, and it would be in PAL. So we'd actually have to go and transfer it to NTSC fucking tapes, and they're going, "Oh God, that's so not sexy at all."
But the one thing I do remember though was it was a little bit difficult not to get caught by your parents, because anything you would look up would give you one of those crazy viruses, and then you couldn't close the window, and then you would be tripping out like, what do I do? What did I do wrong here? Like, and you'd be looking at your friends like, I don't know what's going on, but I think we're screwed. And then you would turn it off and just hope to God, but your parents would definitely come back and at least find it. And then I got reprimanded, like, for some of the crap. At least they became somewhat aware. But like nowadays, like just a young child, and then all the like YouTube algorithms. Thank you, Adobe.
Well, back in the early ages of the internet, I remember going to E-Bombs World. It was just a complete entertainment site where you could play games, you could watch videos, look up funny pictures, but there was also like the adult part where, you just go clickety-clacking around and you stumble across some crazy stuff.
I remember.
Yeah,
I remember scrambled television. I remember having like first choice Super Channel, and it'd be scrambled, and it'd be like, yeah, it'd be like you're watching scrambled TV, hoping you see a boob.
Like, yep, exactly. Stay up. You gotta stay up till like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. Is that a knee or is that a boob? I think that's a boob. Oh, boob. Spank tank.
That used to also be like we would look for in movies for that one scene that they forgot to like cut out, right? And then like they wouldn't even notice it themselves after watching it 100 and be like, yeah, this looks good, Joe. They send it out, and then like there's I don't know, I'm so stoned. Angelina Jolie, like breast, just one nipple, just like out for a split second, in Tomb Raider, and then everyone's like, we gotta go watch that before they like re-release the next cut like down the line, because it's interesting. People kind of knew Disney, that's why they constantly would re-release stuff. We're like, we'll just memory hole it. It wasn't there.
that was a wardrobe malfunction. Janet
Jackson. Yeah, I was like the same thing
during the Super Bowl. Yeah,
I was going back through and rewatching that, and the body language between Justin Timberlake and her is really kind of crazy. It's like
part of
me thinks it's a script. I think that it was more
acted out.
I think part of me thought it was like a humiliation, trying to like humiliate her and destroy her career, and threatening her also.
at the same time. I don't think she was 100% a part of it. Justin definitely like has this malicious intent in his body language as he's like ripping it off, but she does look, she says something like to him, like, what the fuck? Like, you know, like it did. I don't know. So, like, I don't know if she was 100% in on it, in my opinion. I could
maybe not, but like, you know, like when she's getting dressed beforehand, it's like, why does this have snaps on the shoulder? Like,
yeah, this is a rip. This is tearaway. That's weird.
Why? That's odd. Like, come on.
You know, you're right. You could be right. She was doing a couple songs around that time, I believe, with Michael, and the song was called "Scream," right? And they were like talking about all the injustice on the television. I'm so disgusted, I think, is one of the like things she says.
And he was still alive too at this time. At this point.
So, and there's a lot of threats going on in the Jackson family, right? And they still, like, a bunch of the different Jacksons would get up and be like, no, they're threatening me again, and like, you'd be like, no, you're just crazy. It's all crazy. But you can go back and find some of these interviews, and you're like, are they kind of like speaking out? Are these people like, you know, they're traumatized? Obviously, they're very afraid. They feel very controlled. Like, and you can see it, like how like they could get up in front of the crowd, the masses, and they would try to say certain things sometimes when they break their programming, and that's when they wouldn't get the response. So then they'd go and make the album, and from my understanding, the story is that when Michael Jackson flew down to Brazil actually to shoot certain scenes from They Don't Care About Us, allegedly, like, no American had ever seen on television before, like, what was going on, like how, the living condition. When he was bringing that back, allegedly they destroyed the first copy, and he allegedly flew back with his other copy. Is the so said story. I don't know if there's any truth, if it's all BS, you know, just for, you know, their Hollywood magic. But
well, like the Will Smith slap. Ooh,
now that one,
that's comedy fucking gold. That's comedy fucking gold. Like, and it's also a snapshot of what these fucking prima donnas have become. Like, it's like it's like having a parliamentary or a Congress meeting, and I just run up and I just fucking like punch the guy in the teeth and sit down and expect to not be charged for it, or you know what I mean, like, or accused of abuse. Like, it's a literal what do you call it, like entitlement. It's literal entitlement. It's bizarre, man. Like where that took itself, that whole Will Smith slap. And I was waiting, because I'm telling you right now, like, Will Smith, yeah, he was buff in Bad Boys 2, which is, by the way, a pretty good fucking movie. But but I digress. You put them two into a comedy act against each other, like a rap off, like a rap battle, make it a comedy battle. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Will Smith would lose every fucking day of the week. Like, there's no way that he would win in that battle. For him to go up there and slap him in the face, embarrass him. I saw the look in his eyes. Like, Chris Rock's eyes said it all in that moment. And it was like, nigga, what's up with you, man? You know, like, what the fuck is your problem? like, what the fuck did I do? You know, like, yeah, I think that was unsuspected. I think that was completely unsuspected. Like, I don't think it was acted out. Not from the perspective of Chris Rock. I think Chris Rock was yeah.
I think the way to put it sometimes is like another person, another producer will come up to, like, say, Will Smith and be like, "We want you to do this." If they make fun of you, like it's like someone else would know, like, oh, they saw the jokes that he's gonna like read out, right? That he's like scripted and written in practice, and then they like come around and they could just go up to like Will, be like, "Hey, here's another $1 million. We know you're running dry right now. Come on, take the bait." But or it could be, that he is completely lost himself in all of the
There could
nonsense and his
there could
the
be a
mental
more
sickness.
could be a more insidious aspect to this, and it's something that some people don't consider. It's like actors, especially actors that have some acting chops, which Will Smith does. He is a good actor. Don't get me wrong. They get lost in their roles and they become less self-identifiable, like in their own internal seeking of answers and who I am and what I am. So I can imagine that it's a difficult place to live, like in your head. But that being said, doesn't mean you can be irresponsible either. And look what's going on with his whore of a fucking old lady. I mean, she's like the epitome of the bald-headed bitch. Like, seriously. Used to
Have
be
you?
awesome.
Yeah, did you see that comedy skit that was going around on YouTube and Twitter by Kyle Dunnigan?
No.
Oh, you should look
Maybe
up
I
how.
did.
It's pretty funny. I don't know. I've seen so many of them, but I'm pretty sure he cut back. He redid Lady Gaga's voice and some other lady. I don't really pay attention to so many of these celebrities, but I recognize her face,
Yeah.
right? And he just redubbed like the audio and had them making fun of Jada Smith,
Right.
and it, like
Right.
I don't know. I thought it was like really funny.
Yeah,
'Cause, like,
well, Jada Smith, I mean, like, just the entourage that she carries with her. Can you imagine the input that he receives being her
yeah,
fiance, and she still wants to go bang some other rock star? Like, and like, oh, we can't bang even though you're my partner. I mean, he's got to be going through some fucking serious shit,
well, look
like
at his
mentally.
kids too, right?
They're fucked up.
Yeah, which means the parents are really fucked up.
Totally.
Sociopath. They're so
The
that just becomes
LGB is that the LGBT stuff? Isn't
yeah.
that
Yeah,
the Smiths?
that's part of it, for sure.
Who knows what these people push? I have actually so they always tout the Colorado for having all these LGBTQ people being involved in the government, right? And it's hilarious. Like when following them on Twitter, watching certain things. Actually, I lost my Twitter account for calling one a groomer, and to no avail. Elon Musk's whole Twitter gang is like, no man, you targeted that poor defenseless man that wants to be a woman. But yeah, I digress.
I don't know. That goes exactly hand in hand with what we were talking about before with don't reward bad behavior, and also
Yeah.
like it's just common sense isn't very common anymore apparently.
Yeah,
No. Well,
it's so
they've
bizarre.
flipped it, right? They flipped everything. It's that whole gotta turn everything upside down. Stranger Things, everything's got to be upside down. I yield.
Yeah.
Sorry, Robert.
No, I call it the George Costanza verse. Like, it's literally, you know, it's. Do you remember in I forget what season of Seinfeld it was, but when George realizes I'm just gonna do, because nothing's worked out, I'm gonna do everything 100% backwards. I'm gonna do everything 100% reverse of how I would normally do it, and then suddenly he achieves greatness. He becomes the manager of the the White Sox, or sorry, of the New York Yankees, and then it goes great for him. You know, the George Costanza verse, because he does everything backwards, and then suddenly, instead of being a loser, he achieves success, and then, of course, that all goes to hell when he becomes very George Costanza and says, "We're gonna get cotton uniforms for the team." Then it rains, and then it shrinks, and then they all fucking get like skin rashes and stuff, and they lose the game. And then he gets fired. But I mean, the thing is though is that, like, you literally have to kind of take what we get from the mainstream media and flip it around 180 and then go, oh, okay, that's what you mean. Like, there's a few good YouTubers out there and content creators that really embrace that. Just thinking of a couple here. Let me just do a quick little look. Because you know me with the names. I'm fucking horrible with names. Jesus. No. I'm trying to do some speed reading here.
Yeah.
How's my volume,
Yeah,
by the
so-
way? I don't want to be screaming in your ear, talking over you.
You're loud, but you're probably on par with us. I hope. I'll find out. I'll find out when I listen to the playback.
I can turn my interface down if it sounds like it's too loud. My bad.
It
I
sounds
think
pretty
you're
good.
fine. Yeah,
I
you're
think
cool.
you're fine.
People are all gonna mainly listen to these things on their phones, not usually through headphones, and so like, it's very rare. It's just gonna be coming through like a stereo. I don't know. It's funny when you put out like a song or anything these days, and people. I remember back even like in the day they would be like, "Oh, commenting on how like, yeah, hey, did you EQ or blah, 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 this or what did you compress this?" And it's like, did you listen to it like verbatim through headphones, or did you just play it through your phone and just like turn it all the way up where it's gonna get blown out?
No, you want to get a
variety.
variety of sounds. You want to play it through like a computer, a phone, a car. You want to play what you want to hear through everything, so it's high fidelity through everything. Because there is sometimes where music doesn't transfer properly or have the same quality where you're trying to record. I've recorded music a little bit to an extent.
Absolutely. But when you get down to the nitty gritty of like what say the engineers, I mean, you have to be pretty dumb, and a lot of people are, unfortunately. I mean, nowadays with the like way people do the dubstep stuff and all the bro stuff, I guess as they call it. Yeah, they want to turn everything up, and so then it's going to come out really muddled and everything. But then when you actually go and learn enough about like engineering, and then you're correctly applying things, and then you're talking to someone that has like no knowledge, hasn't even trained their ears, right? And it's something. I mean, you guys spent so many years to like really be able to hear some of the stuff, and even then, like the more you damage your hearing, like the harder it is for you to even hear certain levels and EQing in the mixes. But most of the stuff that you're gonna do should be very like minuscule. Like you should be setting everything up like from the get go to fit what in the box, as they would say. Because if you're just gonna turn up your sub bass on everything, then yeah. But there's a whole genre of music where that's all it is, and you can really get away with a lot more because it's people really listening to like really distorted stuff. And then when they did go back in later and started hiring real engineers that were gonna like come in and make them sound like melted butter over toffee, then it sounds super. You got super many amount of skills and everything going in it, but most of the time, I think they say 1% of the world can hear the difference between a CD and a or MP3 file and a WAV file, right? And
I can tell you that the world changed when Fender made the jazz bass. That was a quality workmanship right there. And I can tell the difference between a precision bass and a J bass, and there's quite a difference. It's more full and developed, and it doesn't have as much treble. It's not as pingy. It's got a wider range to it. You can definitely hear it if you're listening to it through bigger speakers. You can definitely feel it. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, that's cool, man. No, I love instruments just because like every instrument has a different feel, and depending on the pickups, the wood, or even the metals, associated within it, are gonna change the resonance.
That's what we were talking about, pitches and keys and stuff earlier, I believe. And how did primitive man find these resonances or these frequencies and resonate with them and figure out what E, F, G, and all these notes were? It's just absolutely mind blowing to think about. And then you have to think after that, how, like David Gilmour, for example, from Pink Floyd, is just a musical genius on the guitar.
Mm-hmm.
Again with the Pink Floyd.
How do you write stuff like that? I can like mimic some stuff and play some stuff, but to write something and compose something of that structure and that magnitude is just insane.
Yeah.
The Division Bell is one of my favorite albums ever. That I just got to say that.
Oh, Division Bell is a good album.
Thinking back to say like the Baroque period of time when you have like people like Bach running around, right? And he wrote so many long, ridiculous songs, and they're notating this, right? So that other people come down the line can play it. But in what I kind of always blew my mind, at least when I would like hear these pieces played on piano, I always knew that I wasn't hearing Bach. I was hearing his song, but interpreted through another person. And
yeah, it's transcribed, so to speak.
Yeah, transcribed. The way each of musician moves, like right, every human being, we're so unique down to like every single tiny little movement, and that nanosecond between like how we're perceiving and reacting in real time changes the way the music is going to be perceived, heard, how it's going to play. No one plays the piano the same way. It's every, no matter how finite close you are, there's like a straight nanosecond between each of us, and it's, I don't know, it always blew my mind hearing
like
that.
how like how you strike the keys, at what velocity or aggression that you strike the keys with. No, absolutely, yeah, no, there's a certain nuance to it. Yeah,
it's a whole, I don't know, when you go back to say beyond that, from my understanding, Pythagoras was the one that started to change how we were going to do music entirely. And he claims in his writings that he did it by looking at the colors of the planets, and he said that each planet must resonate. So they were looking at the stars, and he's like, well, that one has a different color, so it must be maybe a different size. And so they were thinking of these really high-tech scientific things that we later would prove to be true. And he would apply that to an instrument. And so he looked at the instruments and started applying. I don't even know how to explain it. It kind of blows my mind every time I read about it. But he took a string instrument and he cut it in half, and he noticed that became like the octave. And from there, he started to figure out the different degrees. And when you go back into actual lutes and other stuff from the classical period, or romantic periods and such, the strings were actually like the frets were other strings that you can move around, and you would change the pitch of it completely so that that key for that one song would be in perfect pitch. But any key or chord that you play outside of that that dynamic is going to sound like utter garbage. So later down the line, we then approved and made an equal temperament along all the scales, and we refined it. It's kind of trippy to think that before Bach and all of them were writing on a piece of paper, that the monks would in churches be writing down the music on just lines that would go across on a piece of stone. There was no way to tell what each little like segment would mean as you went across, so everyone would sing the damn song differently. So then that's when, around the time of Bach, they came up on a new type of theory and just notated everything in a way that it just would stay in one dynamic, and that everyone, I guess what I'm trying to say is it would be standardized. There wouldn't just be this ridiculous interpretation constantly happening.
Well, it's interesting to say that, because one thing that did happen right around that time was that between Italy, France, Germany, and Britain, they were trying to find a standard for A, above middle C, to be either 440 megahertz or 432 megahertz. And the standard was eventually achieved at 440, but there's this controversy that 432 megahertz is actually more in tune with the
human body,
the human body, and also the
spirit,
earth,
the consciousness, the earth. Yes.
Yeah, because the vibrational frequency of 432 exactly divides into the vibrational frequency of Earth, which comes to 56 at 8 megahertz. So it's interesting, because there's definitely something there, because it was an issue with the whole population of people. So like it's interesting to propose.
Yeah, well, that's why those guys were say, like going back to say someone like Pythagoras, they were masters of like perception and consciousness. I mean, you're talking about the guys that were sitting there, every day just contemplating and paid to sit there and teach, to contemplate what is consciousness in life, right? And then to dictate that down, and they as much as people want to think that the ancients were stupid, they obviously look at it, as we all know, through the Masonic and all the ancient mysteries and all this stuff, that they knew a lot more than they wanted society to ever know, right? And they would plan to always keep it secret. And then you had someone like Manly Palmer Hall come along, and he just goes and writes Secret Teachings of All Ages, gives all that stuff out, and then literally kind of like a weird kind of war kind of between the Masonic lodges and him had commenced a little bit, and they're like, they got to make this guy an honorary 33-degree Mason and shut his mouth up. He's writing books about everything. He's giving out every single kind of like thing about the occult that we practice, and it's gonna like make people smart, and there other people are gonna come across this stuff down the line. But that's who I learned the music stuff, at least from, about Pythagoras. He wrote about all a bunch of that stuff, and I don't know, he kind of blows my mind thinking about that. He's 22 years old when he releases this book, and like write it and speak in the like profound ways he did, just is mind melding.
Yeah, no, it sure is. I mean, I was just watching a little piece. I think it was somebody ripping on Tucker Carlson, going on about the JFK files that were just released.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I find it interesting. Like, it's really strange timing right now, while most members of Congress are rushing home on airplanes so they can spend time with their families, during Christmas. And there's another 16, I think it's 6 or 1.6. I might have the decimal place in the wrong place, but anyway, a big payment going back out to the Ukraine that was fundamentally tossed out in November, but yet that's still going to go through. Yeah,
apparently.
So that's where American tax money is going. Yeah.
Burning down the country.
Yeah, we don't need it. Fuck it. I don't.
Yeah.
I sure as hell couldn't use a few extra bucks here and there.
Oh yeah. Well, too bad you don't live in Canada, because we're printing money faster than you can fucking spend it.
Oh, I can imagine with friggin'
Justin
Turdo.
Justin Castro.
Yeah, he does look exactly. That's crazy.
If
you do look at them side by side, they look exactly the same.
Oh, that's the baby daddy right there. It is. It's the baby daddy. Like, I mean, look.
Power structures always stay within the bloodlines.
And I wonder, I mean, his mom, sorry to switch topics there. I hope you're keeping up there, fam. But yeah, no, seriously, look at this. Like mom was like a tree hugging hippie flower child whore, and daddy, well, pretty much looks like he came out of a freaking British Tea Party, with the overbite and everything. So hey, how you doing there, hon? Yeah. But yeah, no, yeah, I'm not buying it. Of course they would set it up so that they could have a child together. Like, I don't know, man. Now I'm going into conspiracy territory here, but I have a funny suspicion that the whole thing was a setup from fucking day one. I mean, that son of a bitch has actual dictator blood in his veins.
Like, have to see go back and look at the timeline and see if it's 100% possible. Because if the timeline fits, then it's absolutely plausible.
Oh, the timeline fits. One of Castro's sons on his deathbed admitted that all the summers that me and Justin spent, he basically said, yeah, you're my brother. Like, yeah, there's a lot in this story, bud. I'm not even joking.
I'll have to look into it. It's been forever since I've even heard about that conspiracy. It's been a while.
Yeah.
It was going rampant on Twitter not too long ago. It was there were photos. It's crazy how that became such a vehicle. I never thought I would see that in my life. Like despite all their like trials of censoring everybody, we got so much information out that just blew everything up. And they were like, we really, like, I think they were even watching all that, you know, they're like, how do we combat this? This literally, we thought this was going to be such a, it's
What
literally
about
like that's
Twitter bot? Do you think they ever really got rid of Twitter bot?
I think everything's still being completely, I don't trust anything on there. I mean, I haven't got my account back for calling someone like a legitimate person who was I mean, these people contacted me and got in fights with me, like these politicians, about how kids needed to know more about their sexuality, how it's very important to them that everyone knows
How
that.
big is your Twitter following? Are you like a big deal on Twitter? I don't really use Twitter, so I don't really
No,
know much about
I'm
it.
not trying to be some kind of like massive big person. I only had
Oh,
like
I'm like, why
right
are they
now.
attacking you and taking your channel down as if you're not somebody to like? I don't know. If you're just a regular
You
dude and you
would
just got
be
a small channel.
let's just put it that some of the memes and things I kept doing every day, like I got so pissed that I didn't have a job for a long time. So I made it my prerogative to expose like the local media here. And I psychologically profiled them every time I would do something. And I saw them react. And then I kind of copied a little thing that Antifa did. And recreated an account after an account. And before they could actually ban the accounts, I would delete them. And then I would recreate a new account with a different handle, and it would completely did not go over any of their violations, so that I was untouchable at this time, and they were all parody accounts. So there was ways for me to get like circumvent. It got to a point where these people, like my posts would go pretty viral for like the local area, and it got these guys so mad they were begging Twitter to do something about it for the longest time. And I guess I slipped up the one night I went after Brianna Titone, as he calls himself, and just straight up called him a groomer. That's just all I typed and what like, and then I think I did another message that talked about the psychology behind how sick this individual is and why they shouldn't be like anywhere near children or be allowed near kids. And yeah, that person, I'm pretty sure, like has special privileges somehow and got their way, but they basically just were like, all the accounts are still up. It's what's the most trippiest things. They just took down my main account, but everything is still up there on this old one. That I learned from that time. I do have some other accounts now because of some of my friends, because it got so effective that between me working with Libs of TikTok and other people, I was able to communicate with even with people within Veritas in such a quick fashion that things were just going viral on Fox. I started having this anonymous ability to not be known, but take things down, including this vaccine clinic, like I was telling Robert about earlier. And that's when they started taking a very big notion to what I was doing, even to the point where my governor took one of my photoshopped pictures and came out of the woodwork and said, "Yes, I did get Moderna, and that's where my stocks basically are. I do have money in this." And he tried to make a joke about everything, but he was really pissed that a bunch of people found power in what I was doing. Overnight, I had inspired tons of people to create their own parody accounts of just this one news crew that was really pushing this COVID nightmare hard in Colorado. And they were flabbergasted. They never thought a local news channel that's actually owned by a very big subsidiary company from NBC.
Just trolling a whole populace of people on your own. That's great. That's brilliant.
Oh, I took on even their followers. When they censored me and they would get one account taken down, I would get so pissed off. I was like, I'm not going to be censored. This is not how things go. You're going to like, I want to show you what a true creative person can do. I could drop on Photoshop, re-Photoshop stuff. And I started actually doing things that Jeff C was doing at one point, where I loved it when he would grab pictures of people, these assholes, and he'd purposely get them, with their eyes closed, doing something really, and they'd look retarded. And so I started doing the same exact thing to these people, and boy, did they get super mad. And then I paid attention to like every little characteristic they would do on their shows, how they were behaving on Twitter, and then I would create a satire of that, right? Like one of them started all of a sudden being super cultural appropriate, and he's a Nuevo Mexicano. He's from New Mexico, right? He's several lines down from an actual Hispanic person that migrated over here, but he's definitely been simulated and grown into the American value. He's more white than anything. You can tell he's been, that's just how it's gone down. But today he had to get up on the post of his little tantrum and say, "Oh, if you vote for this one party, you are a racist, discriminatory, white supremacist. You are no longer a Hispanic Mexican person." And I don't know. I thought I would just like create my own little like satire of him always constantly saying "gracias, amigos" in his tweets. So I just made Jeremy Hojola's taco stand. 2 tweets. I gained 13 followers. Man goes nuts, jumps on my Twitter account. This guy has like 27,000 followers on his Twitter account. He's just like ripping about every little small, tiny little Coloradoan that's like finding humor in what I'm doing. And that's about the extent of like, you know, pretty much how I rain terror on them. They did contact me. It started calling me up and trying to like, they wanted to do a story on me until they actually learned about who I really am, who I've all worked for, who my connections were. And then they got a little kind of scared that like maybe this isn't a good idea. Well, I went ahead and like jumped back up on Twitter, and they were going to not just do a hit piece on me. They were contacting a bunch of people that got involved and actually taking down, making people actually question what they were doing through humor and pointing out that these people were like super jokesters. And I mean, I can't tell you like how quickly like how it was such a terrible amount of time wasted doing it, but the effect that I had and the fact that it rattled them, and
did you end up getting that headline like nightmare troll ends up destroying entire town?
No, but they were gunning for it. We released all the tweets, the text messages on Twitter, and I kind of made it set up so that if they did anything, well, I was going to make them look 10 times worse, and just it was going to actually promote everything I was doing. They got on my YouTube channel and saw that I was actually a very, you know, particulate, I guess, creative individual, and that my creativity threatened that if they actually tried to like destroy my name, they were only going to end up promoting like my YouTube channel, and there's nothing they would be able to do about that, and people might actually like resonate with the music and some of the raps I did on my own governor. Which even pissed him off that he saw. I did some skits actually that went super viral too, where I made a fake South Park ad of Breonna Taitone for he had the nerve to get up in front of the people, or you know, all the people in Capitol Hill, and say that he had the most horrendous like journey of becoming a woman, because even though he's become a woman and made it through the hurdle of whatever that is to become a woman, he still can't go and play soccer on a woman's team because he is not completely accepted by society as a woman. I basically made a perfume ad about just stuff he would say. And that went pretty viral. That pissed him off really good. I did another one on Polis turning, that's our governor, our gay, wonderful governor who locked everything down, claims he's a libertarian, believes in everybody having autonomous health, states these things to our faces all the time, and has the nerve to call us all selfish bastards for not wearing masks, which that I don't think he can live that one down. We've been ripping him apart for that, but I did a whole ad on him turning Colorado into a Colorado and gentrifying the state. That was another one of those. Oh, dude, I photoshopped the California bear like screwing the sun of Colorado. By the way, a known fact for communism is to use sun imagery, and if you look at every state, Washington, from my understanding, was trying to battle a bunch of this stuff. He had written about it, but it's interesting. It's always been under attack from like a form of like, you know, Marxism views because, well, we have weapons. And that scares people.
It's funny in British Columbia, especially in the Okanagan Valley, like it's always more expensive, so they called it the sunshine tax. It's interesting note, but
yeah,
I know somebody who lives in BC who was talking about the sunshine tax recently.
Yeah.
He's an old school dude too.
Yeah. And it's a given, right? It's like, oh yeah, you know, it's nice here. It's like California North and blah blah blah. Gotta pay a little extra for that. Sure. I ain't buying it.
Yeah, man. I might have to head out. I'm getting kind of tired, but it's been great talking with you, Robert.
You too, man.
It's an honor, man. Actually, you know, look up to you, brother.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. It's I'm just glad that we have you guys here and everybody else in the chat. We still got 11 people. we've hung on, but we've been live for 3 hours and 20 minutes, and I'm gonna have to call her a night. But yeah, man, this is the kind of stuff that Jeff C would have talked about. This is the kind of stuff that he would have smashed his fucking desk with. Like, just yeah, it was a good time. But like I was gonna say earlier, you know, you've got your warriors, your martyrs, you've got your first line frontiermen, you've got, you know, basically us. Well, we're what's left.
Yeah.
We're what's left. And
I have faith in us.
I think we're probably not gonna we're not gonna go easy.
No,
but
I'd
we're
rather
probably
not.
but we're probably gonna go eventually. And the thing is, though, is that we have to set by example, we have to set by principle, and pretty much gotta convince the people. I won't call them sheep, even though we know the truth. But you know,
Manufactured consent vehicles.
yes, those guys and gals and whatever. But you know, just to put everything into perspective, it is 2022. We've gotten to a point now where I do believe that it's all about the intention. So good technology, bad technology. I think technology is determined by,
Yeah, as Jeff would have said, a double-edged sword.
yeah, it's the intention behind who wields it, right?
Yes, correct.
So, you know, hey, you know, fuck the cabal, screw those guys, screw Wall Street. People like Elon Musk, keep fighting, prove us wrong. Like, honestly, like we need people in our court fighting for us. We need people that have power, more power than we have, or that we could elicit. Let's just hope going into the new year that we can stomp out the fucking crap that we've just seen in the last one, or the last several. But I digress.
Hey, thanks for having me, man. And I want to say just one thing real quick before we head out here. Well, since he's been gone, I missed Jeff's laughs, the hysterics, the screaming, the obscenities, all of it, man. It was very educational, entertaining. Jeff had me cracking up out, like literally out loud every time I'd watch a video of his, especially if it was a live stream that had a big, nice panel of people that were just like Venomnymous, Black Cube Mystery, yourself. Very, very familiar with all of you guys and watched you guys for a long time, man. So as well as Cerebral, I look up to you as well, and I appreciate you having me on here. And happy holidays to everybody out there.
Happy holidays, man, and to you, Robert, too. God bless.
Thanks, Mick. Now, Wask.
Yeah, Wask now.
Thanks,
Wask
Wask now. Yeah. Hey, man, I'm touched, and honestly, I found it hard to come on tonight, for many reasons. Trying to rebuild my life, trying to rebuild this weird amorphous structure that we call the truth community. It's still out there. It's very fragmented. I'd like to bring us all back together. So for what it's worth, man, thank you, Wask now. And Cerebral, man, you and I, we haven't conferenced before, and I appreciate you. And as a musician myself, I'd like to collaborate on some shit if you're into it.
Yeah, man, I'd be hella down. I've been wanting to collaborate with others. I mean, you learn more about music by doing that, and I don't know. It's a good ritual as well, and yeah, I don't know. I'm way down.
All right, cool, man.
I'll give you my contact info in the chat.
Yeah, okay.
Private chat.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Don't dox yourself. Because
No,
doxing is so bad.
I'm definitely never telling anybody the tools of the pressies, but they can find you. You're not anonymous, as we've learned.
That's why I use my real name. I use my real name. Like, you can't hide it. Like, as much as you may want to, you can't. Like, it's if you want to be found, if they want to find you and you don't want to be found, they will find you anyway. Like, and awesome, dude.
You got it.
But I got her.
Okay.
Copy that. And post that into here. And send you a message. I'm just gonna send a confirmation.
Yeah.
And you got to see it here because we're doing it live. Sorry, I didn't mean to shout.
No, that's awesome, man. It makes me tear up. You know.
It kind of makes me tear up a bit too, man. I'm probably going to be a bit of an emotional wreck for the rest of the night now.
Yeah, he was a good guy, man.
Yeah,
big part of a lot of people's lives, and I'm so proud of him for being like a really good older brother for everybody, an older sibling, at least for me. He's
Jeff wasn't afraid to take you under his wing, but he also wasn't afraid to say, "Go fuck yourself."
Totally.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Totally.
I love that. And watching him go on like other giant YouTuber channels and like just getting berated, and like he would just like, I mean, I couldn't like that. I don't think. I think I would have blown up and been like, "No, fuck you, people! Like, you're such pieces of shit." But no, he did such a good job of making sure that those people that would hear his message would, and I'm sure he influenced some people like through all of that. Like, most definitely. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure I at certain points, I'm getting that right now. You know, I lost my train of thought. Tired.
No worries, man. No, he listen, like that aspect of his nature where he gave a fuck but also ultimately didn't give a fuck. That's the thing that I try to espouse. That's the thing that I embrace. Because like at the end of the day, like you can't be belittled. You can't be taken down a few fucking pegs or rungs, as they say on the ladder, without expecting a little bit of backlash. And that is the resistance that is required. And by the way, for those still listening, all 9 of you, it was Max Resistance. That was the show that I first appeared on. It was the Max Resistance show.
I remember that one.
Yeah, I recall that slightly.
Somebody said it in chat earlier, and I was waiting for other people to speak and do their thing, and I didn't say it. But whoever that was, absolutely correct. That was the Max Resistance podcast. And I called in. And I had like literally like 22 minutes left on my phone, and it was a shitty connection. And like, hello, Rob. Yeah, it's one of those. But
that was such a trippy time for at least me, because like that was like, I mean, I had always been pretty awake and obviously questioning things, and I could see through. I didn't necessarily need anybody to like point out certain media manipulations, just being a critical thinker myself. But just to see that in the community and know that like I'll never forget finding all you guys, because when SH went down, not just SH, the Batman thing here in Aurora. Like, I got a phone call late that night
Right.
from my mother because she thought I might have been at that venue. And
did you go see Batman?
yeah, and I was like, "What are you talking about?" And she's telling me all about like, well, there was this crazy thing that happened. This person shot
You're
up a
fucking shooting people.
yeah, and I was just like, wait, this doesn't make any sense from all like my psychology classes and everything. What's the motive? Why would anybody? Nah, this doesn't follow like the books or anything. This doesn't even sound like were they on some kind of drugs? Something doesn't sound right. And then you go to find out, yeah, the guy was behind the theater, sitting there like all drugged out or something. They couldn't even on the police radio. He couldn't. They were like, this guy's not even communicating to us or anything. He's just completely just out of it. So and then I think around that time I went and I'm like, I bet there's other people talking about this shit. And then I Googled, went on YouTube back before they could shadow ban everybody, right? I think one other thing I want to like end just like for a really big thing that Jeff was a part of was that Media Matters. We need to talk about the SH.
Interesting documentary, I may say.
Yeah, you can only find it I think on BitChute, and I don't know if it's on Library or any of those like platforms, but I've been able to find it on BitChute. But I'll never forget that because of the big community you guys had inspired, that when that got produced and was released, it was a Hydra's head, and they couldn't stop the community. So many people risked and made it so many Google accounts in one day, and it was just like upload, re-upload, upload, re-upload, and then they couldn't stop people from searching it, and it was just insane. And then that just sent messages and waves to these people like, oh god, there's a lot more of these people like we didn't even know they were like, I'm sure they could see the real view counts and everything, but they probably didn't really believe it was going to have that big of an effect, that you guys would create this like really big community and have inspired people down at heart. And even though that there are these fallouts sometimes and everything, it's always comforting to know whether or not like maybe we won't have conversations online or something because of stupid religious viewpoint or something, or if it's something else like that's really just really minor, we're all in it together, but we're also out there fighting hard, and people are allowed to have discourse and have these feelings. But yes, I think, Robert, bringing people back together is the time.
Well,
Hey, you want to know what's friggin' crazy? They are scrubbing shit from the Wayback and from the Internet Archive. Some of that shit is gone. And also, Jeff wouldn't want you to just stop exactly where you said you were going to stop. This is totally Jeff right here to keep talking for like 15 extra minutes. But, yeah.
Right? Yeah, man. No, we got to do this. I mean, look, I think it's time the community did come back together and come back together with fresh eyes and an open heart. And now we know, because of the years previous, like we now know the territory. We now know, before we were newbies to broadcasting and to expressing ourselves. But quite frankly, we are the new media. Whether or not we want to admit it or not is besides the point. We are citizen media, because the other motherfuckers can't pull it off. So go ahead.
If it's a testament to anything, what you can do with just a small amount of followers, and always, just by stepping out, any change can happen. And all you have to do is inspire a few people, and then the ball just starts rolling because they'll jump in, and then they start inspiring people, and then that creates hope.
Yeah, and it's a pretty hopeless time. But if I've learned anything in my 48 years, I've learned that being quick to judge is not the best course of action. It takes a lot of processing. It takes a lot of looking at things from an outside perspective, but also don't be pushed around. Don't be forced into a way of thinking. Like it's a It's a tough proposition for anybody. But I mean, I digress. It's our job as citizens of planet Earth to exact some change. And we can do it together. We can totally do it together.
Absolutely, bro. I mean, look what ripples have already been made, and like how many lies have gotten exposed, and everyone pushed so hard, and like to feel so validated right now. Honestly, that being a standing up
Planting
against some of
seeds.
the
Oh, sorry.
planting
Go ahead,
seeds,
man.
I was going to say, just standing up against one of the most hardest propaganda campaigns that have probably ever like hit humanity in a very long time. Like, it makes, I think, some of this stuff even going on during the World Wars like childish, to be honest. Like the amount of technology and control through the social networking and socialist programs. No, it's never been done for at least, I don't know, last 1,000 years.
No. It's like being in the trenches, being hit with mustard gas, but it just takes a different form. It takes a different form. Like
I think of the misinformation as waves of zombies coming at you, like on Call of Duty or whatever that game is. But it reminds me of you're never ending waves of this crap. So you got to be there's not a shortage of content out there if that's what you're trying to do, bring people together and plant seeds. Because I guarantee you, I could go around and ask a bunch of people, hey, have you ever heard that 9/11 was an inside job? They'd be like, of course. Whether they believe in it or not is a different question, but those seeds are planted.
Yeah. No, and that's funny. It's like lawyers. It's like everybody knows lawyers are pieces of shit. But
Yeah, let me talk to my lawyer.
Who's the first
Lawyer,
person they
liar.
go to? Yeah. But who's the first person they go to when they're in trouble, right? And it's like, yeah, like everybody knows when something smells like shit because usually someone's tracked it in on their foot, like on their shoe, like,
One thing I can't stand, I say about lawyers is the few times that I did make some bad mistakes and ended up in front of a court, and I just watched these two, like, as I'm paying this guy thousands of dollars, and he just like walks up to the judge. We're playing golf next week, aren't we? Yeah. So how about a misdemeanor with a little bit of probation? Oh yeah. And then you probably doubt, but I don't know behind the scenes. Well, yeah, since they're friends, they're like pocketeering, right? I have no idea that I've hired two people that are close friends playing a good game of ball in the court.
oh, you must have got fucking legal counsel, like the free one.
No, dude, this guy so pissed me off. Like he sounded like he had a really good background and stuff. I wanted to fire him immediately, like the moment that like he showed up to court and he had a broken button on his suit. And like
so he doesn't win a lot.
No, and I'm like, at the time, this is my pops is in control of this whole situation, and I'm trying to like, figure things out. Like, man, what did I do? Like, how do I get out of this? Like, and I needed a good lesson from God, honestly, and it strengthened me. It actually made me really think more critically of like the entire system, everything going on. Because when I went to college, they were pushing a bunch of socialist views on us and everything. I wasn't stupid though. After eating, just kind of looked at them like they were idiots and found out real quickly that school was not really there to make people intelligent or smart. And it cracks me up still to this day, unless you were going in an engineering field or like a form of tech, like most of the people that got a degree in history or any of these other, even in business, they usually end up working like a crappy hourly job where they're making very little money still. Right? Like it was just a system to turn you out, put you into debt, and make you feel like you were like actually learned something. And it's just strange to go there because I was going for a school for music, and so going upon there and like, sitting down with the teachers and then playing a little bit of music with them. They're like, "What are you doing here?" And you're like, "I'm here to study. I thought we're like, like you're gonna give me some profound knowledge and help me like increase." They're like, "No, you just need to practice." You just sit there like, huh, any craft, whether it be metalworking, all that kind of stuff. No, well, yeah, it's true. All you have to do is keep working at it. And then you look at all the people that did make it big. Yeah, they got classical training, but you don't necessarily need to go to some kind of university like Berkeley School of Music. And all my friends that ended up going to Berkeley School of Music, they would go in like being one of the best metal drummers like of Colorado, and then they come out and they're like a reggae drummer, like going down to start a studio down in LA, and I don't really hear much about it anymore. You know, from that kind of perspective, I'm sure they're still doing a lot of amazing stuff down there with some, because they're talented musicians. But it's like you go to this university thinking that they promise you literally that you're going to sit down with like a huge producer. We're going to get you into the recording studio. We're going to just like make you gold, right? And then all these certain people come out and actually like can get something going on YouTube, or usually they get bought up and are used more in like Hollywood production, big orchestras and things like that.
Yeah.
But it's not really creating their own stuff, and they usually get more. They push you into like molding because they need those kinds of people to do that.
Well, it's a lot like how in a lot of
Tavistock Institute.
well, shut up. That's funny. You're right. But you get promoted to your ultimate level of incompetence in that environment. Like if you're striving inside of a corporate entity that doesn't have your well-being in mind, they will promote you to your ultimate level of incompetence and then defile you when you can't perform. It's like, oh, you're so awesome, we'll give you this.
Mm-hmm.
Do it. Fucking do it. And then, oh, I don't know what I'm doing.
That would be a smack in the face, though. That's the heaviest metal I've heard anybody play on the drums in my life. And then you get there, they're like, all right, so we're going to start up this indie new wave hip hop doo-wop group. It's experimental. You're going to like it.
Actually, I like that. Actually, that sounds fucking fun. Hang on, be right back. Hang on, don't close out yet.
Yeah,
Okay.
no worries, man.
Yeah, man,
Yeah,
it's been
that would
kind
be a
of
smack in the face. When did you get the same treatment, or did they?
I didn't go to Berkeley. I went to Western State College in Colorado. It was known as Wasted State because it gets to negative 30 degrees pretty commonly during the winter, and the kids, it's in the mountain town. So back when I was in school there weren't too many amenities. McDonald's and Taco Bell closed at like maybe 10 o'clock, usually around 9 o'clock. So the students were just like, that's not even good food, but when you're young and stupid and naive about the whole food system and
right,
talks.
I'm back.
Hold on, man.
I had to drain old one eye, so.
I was just telling him about my experience going to school a little bit, but basically I went to a school where it's cold all the time, and a lot of drug usage, a lot of interesting, woke hippies kind of running around, encouraging us to do a bunch of these drugs. I did learn a lot when I would try things like mushrooms and things like that, but like I also understood from a different level, doing a lot of research, that I don't believe every human being should be touching certain substances. I definitely don't think everyone should just like believe every kind of hallucination they see.
No, definitely not. It's not for everybody. I agree.
No.
I learned the hard way that stuff's not for me, man.
No, you got to be very careful.
I'll stick with a joint here and there, maybe a beer, and I haven't even been drinking, so.
You can go into a state of psychosis, and like if you have anything traumatic, it's interesting. I was just watching on YouTube the other night on I think it's called Blue Cam or whatever that the police are now using. I don't know what the whole point of that YouTube channel really is, other than to like give you entertainment of body cam footage of them arresting dumb people. But
it's good to have the unbiased version of what happens. They try to pin these murders of people on they try to go to BLM and raise hell over it. Yeah. But that's just good information to know when you're like watch the actual body cam footage and you find out that the mainstream version's a lie because you just watch the raw audio and camera of what happened.
Also, too, there's also a big surge in these auditors, like auditor channels that are trying to promote constitutional activities, and I think that's probably pushback. I bet you that Blue Channel was probably pushback to say no, our jobs are hard. We have to deal with fucking cocksuckers.
Look at all the crimes that are getting committed, right? granted, these people do commit crimes and do deserve everything they get. And
Yeah.
I'm proud of the officer. These officers are always in the right? They're not going to show the ones like I did have a bunch of bad experiences with police, you know, growing up here in Colorado. I did not realize what would entail, especially going down the line. I sometimes wonder, at least, like some of the decisions I was making, like, you know, because I started trying to get more involved in the whole truth community in ways, you know, whether it be producing music for others or even video editing and other things. My mother at one point was at a wedding. She claimed she had two glasses of wine, gets in her car, and the next thing we know, a Jeffco police officer has, well, we didn't know this. I later, you know, helped undercover it with my father when we finally get the phone call from, like, get her phone call, but they beat the living hell out of her. They gave her black eyes. They just ripped her out of the car. She kept trying to tell them that I can't speak. I need a lawyer. And she was confused. She was convinced that she had gotten drugged that night at this wedding. The police refused to give any kind of drug test. And we didn't hear from her for like 24 hours. My dad calls me up and tells me that he can't get a hold of her and everything. You know, I start to go through the range of emotions, and then I start driving over to back to his house, and I get there and he tells me I finally got out of them that they arrested her last night, but I don't know where she is or anything. So I do a little, you know, investigation work, find out what jail she's in, and I contact them. And I start to get into it really hardcore with, you know, the personnel that are on the phone, these ladies. And they're arguing with me up and down that she's not in there and everything. And eventually we get out of it that, no, she is there. From there, I made some threats because they were withholding information. I could tell that something was up. I could hear chatter in the background. And then it slips out. They have a Freudian slip and they say, the officers did not beat your mother. And I specifically asked them, well, wait a second. I didn't say anything of the nature or even anything of that. Why would you even bring that up? What did you do to my mother? More threats than, you know, presume that I'm about to like really come down if I don't get a, you know, phone call. You know, I'm in front of my father. I'm kind of like terrified that I'm making some threats maybe I shouldn't. But we get the phone call finally. My mom is hysterically crying. I can tell she's traumatized like never other. I mean, the amount of like anger, I mean, they had to keep so much more from me. They didn't want me to see the videotapes of like these officers beating her. So a lot of it was like withheld from me because I, you know, rightfully so, was so irate that some prick would just manhandle my mother, you know, an old lady. I don't know why they took her glasses away. This was like the most sickening part. They took her glasses away so she couldn't see who these people were. I mean, I was so sickened. So like I've had my own fair share of like experiences with, you know, these people being very corrupt. I've also had very good experiences where they've been there. Like just recently, I had a guy have a heart attack in a hot tub at a company I work for with. I work in fitness to supplement, you know, doing music and everything along with paying bills. But you know, I had an older man pass out. Police were the first ones to get there before the ambulances and everything. You know, started helping us. Unfortunately, by the time we had pulled this poor man out of the water, he had already been. Well, these kids had actually pulled him out and had called me. Poor guy, like was already blue. I knew he was already dead, but you know, we did everything we could. We had to do all the whole recessive medical care we could, and that entails doing CPR until the ambulance arrives. They didn't arrive for 10 minutes. So between a few different team members, we were pumping on a dead man's chest for, you know, that period of time. You do break, you know, the chest, the ribs a little bit as you're doing those compressions when you're really trying to like bring someone back. So that, you know, but I'm not going to go into the details from there.
No, I got you.
Wow.
No, the sternum is not. Yeah, the sternum is not as plastic as it's proposed in movies and in literature. It is flexible, but only to a point, and so is life.
You know, a lot of things went through my mind of like what possibly happened, but what really happened before I can claim that it was that this man had passed out in the hot tub because of, you know, a certain medical procedure. More likely, what it was is that he sat in there for 2 hours straight.
Yeah.
And I, like, you know, the hard part for me was that I was the last one to walk by him while he was still conscious before he went under the first time. You know, and what was more traumatizing is the poor kids that did get in the hot tub, you know, after that. And then everyone, I can't tell you, like, I mean, I was so sickened when we like went back and we looked at the footage because the way this guy would prop himself up in the hot tub, it just always looked like the way he was sitting in there. So we knew no different. My staff, just because they're all underpaid and everything, you know, and the attention span of the youth is they just want to be buried in their device. They would rarely ever think to like that something like this tragedy could happen.
Yeah.
You know, and so while I'm busy like running other kind of forms of operations in the place, keeping, you know, actually the hot tub running and stuff, you know, things happen. But apparently, let's just say we know that we're going to be dealing with a lot more of these situations. So I took this more as a learning curve for like what is to come. I mean, I've already in my youth going to Western State. I think that's around the time I started actually seeing a lot more people like, you know, in the party scene collapsing. And so I've had a lot of experience kind of staying calm and dealing with those situations.
Right.
Right.
From a medical standpoint.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it takes a toll on you no matter what you're doing.
Oh, I imagine.
That's kind of terrifying to think about, though, that yeah, dude, a generation of people staring at their phones and not even looking around what's going on. No social or self or spatial awareness whatsoever. It's just always staring at a screen, dude. Yeah, and then it's like you see videos of people in New York, like they'll be ODing or something, and instead of helping the guy, a bunch of people whip out their phones or just walk right by looking at their phones and not even see it. It's like, holy crap, what zombified nation
that
over here.
or they sit there and film it.
That's what I'm saying. They bust out their phones. That's the first thing they do.
Yeah.
There was that shooting in Boulder here in Colorado. There was a live stream of that from a guy doing it, and he's filming it. And I was so disgusted that he's walking in and he's like filming people there, and he's not even checking to see if there's anything. He's clearly not afraid to get shot, but he'd rather just get coverage of it, because he wanted to call himself a journalist. And you go through his like old feed, and it's like, but he didn't really have like anything to say that you were trying to be a civilian.
Right.
It really feels like you were trying to get. And I'm like watching this feed, and I'm thinking like trying to figure out whether or not this is like, you know.
Well, if I could push back a little bit on that, I want to say that like anybody with some journalistic integrity won't get involved, but only if it's already being handled by somebody else so that the person can do their job as a journalist.
Yeah, they can't have somebody bust the mainstream narrative that's already going out. You can't have one piece of or one news associate go out and cover it and then they blow the whole story, you know.
Well, what I mean is like, let's say it's a bear attack, and you know,
well, TMZ buys footage and shit, but it's only to their liking.
But I'm hey, what I'm getting after is like, if let's say you and me go camping and there's a bear attack, I'm gonna fucking try and save you from the bear. I'm not gonna fucking I'm not gonna film it and put it on YouTube and not help you.
Oh yeah.
But if I witness another family under attack by a bear and there's clearly people there helping, I'm not going to get involved to confuse the scenario, but I will film it.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's what I'm talking about, the journalistic aspect of it. Now,
you're right.
Now going back to what you're saying, is that like there's a time and a place. And like there's a time to be a journalist and there's time to like get involved and help people. And he clearly made the other choice, right? Is that
right? The
fair?
police hadn't shown up yet. So like, had they really been there, but they had to yell at him several times. He was actually getting in the way of them trying to like fire back and everything. And they were trying to say, get the hell out of the way. Right. And he's like continuing. And then the media goes on to promote him for being there for his journalistic integrity, which kind of blew my mind. Cause it's like, well, clearly you guys want people to see the carnage, because right now you want to show people out of this one, and this is a city, by the way. I'm not allowed to use my concealed carry permit in that city. All right, what that guy did, 100% is outlawed in that city in Colorado. They have literally anti-Second Amendment laws there. All right, so
Right.
like that, this guy is like.
How do they do
trying
that?
to-
Just a county jurisdiction type thing?
They did it through the city, from my
Oh,
understanding.
it's just the city limits.
So more
Like Denver,
municipal.
when I go to Denver, Colorado, if you go to like certain areas, you're not allowed to carry down there as well. So that's why the BLM and all of them were actually able to carry out a lot of their stuff. Was you're not allowed to even like you even open carry. You can get in some deep hot water like
Yeah,
immediately, right?
But it's okay to set some buildings on fire and fucking kill a couple guys.
Peaceful protests.
That's a peaceful protest.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
Oh, they talk about people getting shot by the gangs and everything, and all the other kind of corruption down there. I mean, it's we're becoming so close to like San Francisco. It's not even funny. Like
didn't they allow an actual gang fire exchange take place and they just kind of walked away? Didn't they let an entire
Denver police are so corrupt? I would not put it past them. I know
somebody who can corroborate your story with Colorado police.
Yeah, they're atrocious. I mean, I don't know. It's interesting that they didn't stand up for anything. Like, let me put it this way: Colorado used to be a ranching like state, right?
That's what he did. Guess what happened? He used to ranch. He would homestead, and he had cattle, and he had goats, and he had his own farm and everything. And this informant guy would let his cattle out. He would go and break his locks and stuff and unlock his gate and let his cattle out, and then the city would come and fine him for not having his cattle in an enclosed pasture and getting out. And then they would go and snip the fence and breach it, let him out again, and they just kept messing with him so they could fine him money.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't. There's so many stories out here of them being corrupt all across the board. I remember one time I was with my dad. We're driving down from one of the mountain towns. We were skiing, and we're going through. I believe it's the town of Empire, of all names. We're going through this town, and like my dad is driving the speed limit, and he's going through the school zone, and all of a sudden lights come on, and I see him take his belt off, like to reach out so he can grab his wallet so he can hand it to the officer, and I immediately like chime in, as a youngin, and I'm like, "Pops, put that seatbelt back on. You don't know what you're getting yourself into. That they're gonna lie, right?" And he's like, "No, the police don't do that," because he has a lot of trust in the government and everything, and all these people like, no, they would never take advantage of this. And instantly he walks up. He's like, "Looks like your seatbelt was off the entire time, because clearly I can't give you a ticket for not speeding when you weren't speeding, or speeding when you weren't speeding." And of course, this is like a fat cop, got teeth missing. I'm just sitting there looking at the scumbag like, "You piece of crap." I even think I spouted something to him. It was like, "Man, you're a piece of shit, dude." Like, he totally had his seatbelt on the entire time. You could see it. I know you can see it. You're just pulling BS and trying to get revenue for your, your county. Like, this is BS. Why don't you get the real people that speed through the school zone and everything? Man, he did not have that. And
real criminals.
Right? I'll never forget that, because they both my pops and the cops snapped back at me. I'm like, "Dude, I'm defending you, Dad. Like, what the hell are you doing?" I get it. You don't want me to make
fucking what a shitty wingman. What a shitty wingman. Holy fuck.
He just took the ticket and was like, "I'll just pay it." I was just like, man, I would be so pissed off, like, fighting this stuff. And then eventually my mom, my brother got pulled over in a school zone, actually, in the city we were living in at the time. She was not having it. She went to court over that shit so quickly. Yeah. I was like, damn. Like, she was the one that, like, it's crazy. They all got the V, but they all taught me to, like, critically think. I don't know why my siblings fell for all this, but, like, despite me, like, they always would bring up the SH stuff to my face all the time, and I'm like, "You wouldn't even look at any evidence I have, dude. I don't want to even hear about it." Like, they wouldn't even look at the raw footage of Kyle Rittenhouse and all that stuff. Like, I was getting so pissed about that. I'm like, "Look, I got footage on Twitter right now. It's all been put together. Like, we have a great community here of like people just like screwing everything up for you, these wonderful press.
Yeah.
And boy, did they hate all that, right? Like that footage saved that kid's life.
I had the same thing growing up. Really good. Like my parents were pretty awesome for the most part, but it's like they were good at giving advice, but they didn't listen to their own advice. They were also extremely trusting in the government and all that stuff. And it's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
My parents would just sit there and pop on the news and just stare at it like zombies, just taking in all that crap.
Don't do what I do. Do as I say.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You know what though? Hey, at the end of the day, though, that's not horrible advice. I mean, if you take it in the context of an old guy, an old gal, whatever, just kind of like preaching wisdom, it's usually good to just do as the wisdom states and not to do as the action did to lead to such conclusions. So that being said, yeah, I mean, we do this so you don't have to. But I mean, it's come to a point now, I think, where wow, we're well past that. We're well past that now. I think we have lots to discuss. I think we have lots to cover, and I would absolutely love it if you came back to join me.
Yeah, of course.
I think I'm trying to rebuild my channel and my brand and get a business back up off the ground after living in the woods for 74 days. That's like 2.5 months almost. But
hope that was a good retreat.
Oh man, I spent a lot of time with myself and my dog, and I'm gonna talk about it. I got a lot of video footage. I got gigabytes of footage, and gonna start slow dripping out some video stuff, and even like a half-hour compilation of my time there. For my time here, actually.
I remember a few years back when you were, man, I think you were clean shaven and living in nice and tan. I think you were in Mexico, and you were on one of Jeff's streams. I was like, holy shit, it's Robert J. Morris, because I hadn't seen you for a little bit, and you had shaved. I was like, I couldn't even recognize you. I would never forget your voice, but I'm like, that's Robert J. Morris. Holy shit.
No, I clean up well. That's one of the things I can do is I clean up well. Yeah, I look like I look a little bit more on the haggard side, I must admit, but dude, I got a good canvas. I want to get one of those nautical beards, like the John Player guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want to get one of those nautical fucking sailor beards because I got a good canvas to cut from. You wait, guys, maybe next week. We'll see.
Right on. my bosses were telling me I should grow out my beard because they're commenting how it comes in nicely, and I was like, yeah, I just never get past that damn itchy stage. Unfortunately, I gotta like push through it and just like do it.
Oh, that's like when you cut your pubes and it's like, oh crap, why did I do that? It's like 2 days later, it's like fuck manscaping.
Yeah.
Fuck
I guess
this.
that's a really good analogy.
Why did I do this? Yeah, on that note, let's pack her in, boys.
All right, sounds good.
Have a good night, Robert.
You too, man. Waste now. Thank you for coming in. I want
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome, man. And I want to thank Venomnymous for helping me set this up in the first place. And thank you to Gematria Database for showing up. You get a participation award. But I digress. No, he's good people, man.
Give it to him. It wasn't bad behavior.
No, it wasn't. No, not at all. Not at all. Just bad internet.
Well, thanks for not being un-Jeff of us to quit early. That was a nice little talk we had. I appreciate it, man. And have a happy holidays, and I'll talk to you guys later. I can get a hold of you, Rob, on Discord. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, I got
Uh,
Discord too. We'll get that all sorted out.
Yeah,
Right
for
on.
sure. I
It was
just
good
got
talking to you, Cerebral, as well.
Yeah, man.
and I got
great talk.
I got Cerebral's email. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. Go ahead.
No, I was done.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I was just gonna say I got his email too. So let's collaborate. Let's get some shit happening.
Yeah, I mean, Wasco, you can grab it too. It's in the private chat. I don't care.
I
don't give it out.
appreciate it, man. No,
Just
I won't.
don't give it out. I'll go create another one. It's just all tied to Google. I hate them.
You might get a message from Waste now, so.
Yeah.
Waste now.
Right on.
But well, hey, I do have a private server in Iceland, and I can offer email services if you guys want to be absolutely protected. So
Oh,
Yeah.
right on.
just let me know.
Oh, yeah, man.
I got a Proton Mail too. I need to start using that more, but I'll see both of them. They're both on my phone. I hate
Yeah.
that device. It sees everything. It knows.
I got people asking me to get on a Proton and a couple other things. Like, oh, okay, now 17 social media platforms.
Oh, I know.
That was another one.
As soon as COVID hit, I started deleting so many of them. I mean, only Twitter was like kept because once I saw success, I was like, I can't stop. I must keep going. I'm going to make your life's miserable.
Good. That's the spirit.
Nightmare troll from
The
hell.
for-
Just decimates one town.
The force is strong with this one.
Right. All right. But for real, though.
I'm taking my ears to bed. Have a good night, guys.
Yeah. Peace to Jeff and much love to you, Robert. Thanks for having me on.
Anytime, man. You guys, peace.